Good morning.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
Good morning, my
Right,
lady.
is a court, my lady. Morning.
Nelly Siwa, may you please place the matter on record?
Good morning, my lady.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 14th of September, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Before we start, can I just check if Dr. Manamela is present today in the proceedings?
As to please the court, my lady, if I may just quickly address the court on that respect, my lady.
Yes, I'm listening.
Morning, my lady.
The witness can just
Dr.
maybe
Silwana, can you hear me?
remove himself from the camera. It's fine. You can just switch off your camera. Then we'll come back to you, doctor. Yes, thank you.
As to please the court, my lady. I'm indebted to the court, my lady. I think the court was correct on, was it Tuesday, in terms of Section 8, Subsection 2 of the Inquest Act to authorize the warrant.
We can't hear you, Mr. Sibara.
Dr. Manamela, she's before court today, my lady. She's before the proceedings. However, as we request.
We can't hear you. I don't know. I'm struggling to hear
notes.
you, Mr. Sibara. If you can, I don't know, just do something so that we can hear you. If you can just exit the meeting and rejoin. I think there's something wrong here.
Please, the court, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
Yes.
My lady, I've got camera issues. Advocates Bar is having network issues. The long and short of it, my lady, is that Dr. Manamela is available today, and we will therefore ask for the warrant to be cancelled, my lady.
Thank you very much. Can she please show her face? If she can be next to the camera so that the court can be satisfied that she's there.
My lady, may I just call her for her to show the face?
Yes, I see there is a hand. You may proceed. Is that Dr. Manamela?
As the court, please, my lady. I just spoke to the doctor. He says she's trying to click the video camera, my lady, but it's unable to. But she's here.
Okay, I want to see her. Let her do something so that the court can see her.
Okay, my lady, can I connect on another?
Yes, you may do so.
Maybe
It's very important for this court to see you, Dr. Manamela. Please do so quickly for us without wasting the court's time.
testimony.
Mr. Makani, can we check with your client, please?
My lady, can I log out and log in? Because
Yes,
like the
we've
other
been waiting for you
computers
to do
also.
that, please.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my lady. Can you hear me? Yes.
Is there anybody assisting you, Dr. Manamela?
I'm getting there, my lady.
Please do.
I don't know why the system is so slow today.
Sorry, my lady, can I just call her to educate her where to go on the camera? Even my camera is giving problems.
Okay, you may
Thank
do
you.
so.
No, just look. No, now.
I hope we are not going to experience these problems the day you start with your testimony. You
I
must
hope so,
ensure that-
Judge. I don't know what's wrong today with this
But I'm
camera
not sure
because
who
the
am I
other
talking to.
I
I
can.
must see to it that I must be sure that it is you.
Yes, my lady, I'm trying that.
I'm just so concerned as to how long are we going to wait now?
My lady, can I propose maybe if one of our colleagues would proceed with cross-examination, I'll try my best to link so that
I'm
we
going
don't
to
waste
ask
time.
you again, Mr. Sibara. Yes, we will take that route, but I'm going to ask
Okay.
you that I'm not going to tolerate things like this on the day she starts testifying. You must ensure that you get a proper place for her where she will be able to testify.
My
Okay,
lady,
there is this,
I
although
respect the court.
it
There
is,
she is, my lady. Thank
just
you.
a
There she is.
second, although it is very dark, I can't see her, but
If she can just move backwards a bit. Yeah, it's a bit dark.
you can talk to her. Yes. Please talk to her.
Doctor,
Okay,
let
you
me
can
call her,
talk.
my lady.
It's fine.
Please
You can
cancel.
talk to her on your own, not on the screen.
Sorry, my lady, am I still not visible?
Well, I'll accept that it is you, although I can't see you properly. I'm happy that you are here today. Mr. Late, you want to say something?
Miss Malady, I would just suggest that she turns the computer around or get a light in front of her face.
Yes,
because the
there
light
she
is
is.
from
I
her back.
think now
That's
I
why
can
we
see.
can't see her face.
Did you listen to Mr. Late, Dr. Manamela?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Late.
Can you please ensure that there is some light from the front that
Okay.
lights up your face so we can see your face? I only see a dark moving something.
Okay, let me do so, my lady.
Yes.
Is it better
Again?
now?
Try it again, because as you were sitting down, I think we could see, yeah, a little bit, but you can just try it again. Once more. You are getting darker now.
When she stands up, she becomes visible.
Yes, when you are standing, as you were sitting down, I see Mr.
Yes. Stand there. That's
Stand up with the computer.
All right,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Dr.
my lady.
Manamela, it's good morning, Dr. Manamela.
Good morning, my lady.
Dr. Manamela is present today. The court withdraws the authorization of the warrant of arrest. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can just move away from the camera if you switch it off again and be part of the proceedings.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Where is the witness, Dr. Silvano? I see there is a hand. Whose hand is that?
It's mine, my lady.
Okay,
My lady,
I saw your hand. I thought you wanted,
Yes.
it was something to do with Dr. Manamela. That's fine.
It was, my lady. My lady, Dr. Manamela insists on sitting with backlight. That's why we can't see her. She must sit with the window in front of her and with a wall or a bookcase or something behind her. Then we'll be able to see her features. It's unacceptable that she appears like
I
that.
think
And
they're
that's what
listening.
Mr. Late said, and she just ignored it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Dr. Silvano, you are reminded that you are still under oath. Craig, if you can just put your lower hand, thank you very much. Ms. Bandelender, are you ready to proceed?
Good morning, my lady. I am ready to proceed. Thank you.
All right. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Dr. Silvano.
Good morning, Councillor.
My lady, as has been the practice, let me just outline the focus of my cross-examination today before I begin with my questions for Dr. Silvano. I intend not to traverse ground that's been traversed already, but there are certainly issues that that I need to examine with Dr. Silvano, and I shall endeavour to be as speedy as I can. I intend to examine specific aspects of Dr. Silvano's conduct, his role and responsibilities as HOD, Head of Department, linked to the evidence that he gave in chief and to the evidence he gave yesterday. And I will do that with reference to specific parts of the record. I then intend to explore what Dr. Silvano knew about the risks of the Marathon Project and when he knew about them, and particularly with regards to implementation.
Okay.
Now, my lady, just before I begin, there's one thing I just need to address. And that is that I heard Mr. Watt Pringle say yesterday afternoon that much of the evidence before the arbitration is irrelevant. I may have misheard him, but if that is what I heard, then I would submit that's quite wrong, and that this witness has testified on oath about specific events, specific issues and conduct, which I will submit as self-evidently relevant, and I intend to refer him to those aspects as I proceed with my cross-examination.
Okay. As long as you take us to the relevant parts, I don't think, if I understood him well, he didn't say the evidence in its entirety. And I hope I'm quoting you the right way, Mr. Ward Pringle.
Yes, my lady, my learned friend's statement is a non sequitur. I said that not all of the evidence was relevant, and I don't think my learned friend thinks all of the evidence was relevant.
Okay.
There's about 800 pages of cross-examination of Dr. Selebano.
Okay. Thank
That's
you
all
very
I'm
much.
saying. I'm not saying it's all irrelevant.
Yes,
not by
that's
any
what I
means.
said now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. I'm glad we can clarify that, my lady.
Yes.
If I may then proceed. Dr. Selebano, good morning again. My name is
Good
Nasreen
morning,
Rajab
Professor.
Badlinder. I am counsel for the families of 44 of the deceased mental health care patients, and I also represent the South African Depression and Anxiety Group. I'll refer to them as SADAC in these questions. Now, you've been following the proceedings in this matter, I understand, since the inception.
Yes,
Is that correct?
it's correct.
And so you've listened to the evidence of the other witness that preceded you, correct?
Correct.
All right. And just for the record, you were interviewed by the Ombudsman, Professor Makgoba, in around November 2016, I think. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. I'm not sure about the date, but I was interviewed.
All right. We'll take you when we come to those portions of your evidence. We'll take you to the exact places in the transcripts. And then you also gave evidence before Justice Moseneke in the arbitration. You recall that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what I'm going to do, I want to just give you some context. I intend to go through a series of questions as part of my cross-examination in chronological order, so that the court gets a sequential picture of what was happening in the department between the relevant periods, between the relevant dates, and under you as HOD. Okay. Good. All right. Now I want to just start. You in your when Mr. Watt Pringle was leading your evidence on the first day of your testimony, he took you through various of your responsibilities, the various things that you did and were responsible for, the meetings you attended and all those sorts of things. But he didn't take you through your statutory duties. And I just want to refer you to some of those and confirm your knowledge and understanding of those. I know that you don't have the National Health Act, or you're unlikely to have the National Health Act in front of you. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I will read you the portions of the statute, and if there's any dispute, I'll then ask Ms. Stevenson to find it and try and put it up on the screen. Okay, but I don't think there should be anything controversial. All right, so to begin with, under the National Health Act, you are the head of the Provincial Department of Health. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so you are the accounting officer for the department.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so your specific responsibilities as HOD are set out in Section 25 of the National Health Act. Do you recall that provision?
Section 25.
25, my lady.
Yes, I know that they're set up in the National Health Act. I don't know exactly where. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll read you. Section 25 is titled Provincial Health Services and General Functions of Provincial Departments. And then 25 subsection 1 says the relevant member of the Executive Council, so that's the MEC, must ensure the implementation of national health policy, norms and standards in his or her province. Okay, you agree with that? All right.
Correct.
And then subsection 2 says the head of a provincial department must, in accordance with national health policy and the relevant provincial health policy in respect of or within the relevant province. Okay, so the head of the provincial department must do a series of things. And there are a series of subparagraphs that run from A all the way through to W. I'm not going to take you through all of those. I just want to highlight two of them. So the first one is 25(2)J, which is that the head of the provincial department must, in respect or within your province, plan the development of public and private hospitals, other health establishments, and health agencies. You comfortable with that?
Comfortable.
And then K says control and manage the cost and financing of public health establishments. Ah, there we go. Someone's Miss Marriott. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That's much easier for us to deal with. All right. So if you just look down the screen to K, you'll see that it says control and manage the cost and financing of public health establishments and public health agencies. Is that big enough for you to read? Yeah.
Right.
And the last one there, N, a little bit further down, control the quality of all health services and facilities. You see that?
Right.
All right. So those, you can see that there are a lot of responsibilities for the HOD of a provincial department, but those are the 1, 2, 3 that I just pull out. Were you aware of those duties that you had?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that.
All right. Now, between section 22 and 27 of the Act, there are a series of provisions that relate to some of the different councils. Now, Mr. Watt-Pringle took you through some of those bodies. You'll recall you talked about MINMEC and MINTEC, I think. But these bodies are specifically the National Health Council, which was dealt with in Section 22. And Section 22 says that you, as a provincial head, sit on that National Health Council.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct. We forgot the provincial council also. There's a provincial council. Yes.
Exactly. I'm about to get to that. So there's a provincial council that is then established by Section 26 of the National Health Act. And Section 26 says that included in the composition of the provincial council is the head of every provincial department. So you would have sat on the provincial council.
Yes.
And in relation to the functions of that provincial council, the functions are dealt with in Section 27. And there again, a whole series of functions. But one of the ones I wanted to point you to, and you'll tell us if you recall this function, is Section 27(1)(c). There we go. Thank you. 27(1)(c). So you'll see from the top, the Provincial Health Council advises on policy, etc., and efficient coordination of health services, etc. And then at C, it advises on norms and standards for the establishment of health establishments. You see that? Okay, so you're aware of those provisions, are you?
Yes. Yes.
Good. Okay. So am I correct in understanding then that as head of the department, you were not a political head? You were involved in the administration and the actual work of the department?
Yes, administrative work.
Administrative work. And you were responsible for the control and quality of all health services and facilities, as we saw in Section 25.
Yes, of course, with the help of the professionals inside the department.
Yes, but the responsibility sat with your position, with head of department.
Yes, I just wanted to add that I wouldn't do it alone, I would do it.
Yes, the fact of the matter is that was your responsibility in terms of your functions. Thank you.
That's correct. That's correct.
All right. Okay. Now, moving on. We heard yesterday about the letter to terminate the contract with Life Esidimeni. I don't need to take you to that. I think you gave enough evidence on that. But just to remind ourselves in terms of dates, you told the court that you wrote the termination letter on 29 September 2015, which is the date of that letter. You recall?
I hope so, because it's been a long time. It's probably true, yeah.
Well, that's on the record and the document is there, so I think there shouldn't be too much of a difficulty.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And then you co-signed the implementation plan that you were taken to yesterday. You recall that? Yes. And my lady, for your own notes, it's page 20718.
20718.
Yes, and the signature, Dr. Selebano's signature is at 20753. Okay. Now, Dr. Selebano, yesterday we talked about the plan and you said that you were happy with the plan. You recall that?
A working plan, yes, a living plan, yes.
We're talking about the implementation plan. the one that was called termination. It's perhaps we should go to that page so we know we're talking about the same thing.
No, I think I know what you're talking about.
You know, it's the one that you said was prepared by Dr. Manamela and her team, and that you co-signed with Mr. Mosenogi.
That's right.
And Dr. Manamela. You recall that? Okay. And the date of that, well, you signed on 17th of October, 2016. Okay. Now, what does your signature on that document mean?
The signature would mean that the team has gone through the plan, they've looked at the plan, and you are agreeable that it is exactly that, a plan which will then go through phases of what all plans go through: assessment, checks, and then finally implementation.
Well, let's just break that down. So when you signed this, are you suggesting that this plan, this plan wasn't as it was going to be, that there's another plan somewhere?
No. When you have a plan, you have a plan, which is a form of a direction, but how you traverse that's why a plan is called a living plan, because then as you traverse it, there will be other things that you'll either take out or add. That's what a living plan is.
So this plan, let's just understand.
I'm sorry to interject. I'm not sure if I understand your response. What council wants to know is you have got this implementation plan. It is brought before you. Now you append your signature on it. What does it mean according to you? Why did you have to append that signature?
It means it's an agreeable plan that has been submitted to the executive who are agreeing with the plan. That's what it means.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Selebano. So when you signed that plan, had you read the implementation plan?
Yes, I had gone through the plan.
Okay, and you considered the contents of the plan?
Yes. Yes.
And you considered whether it was a plan that was capable of being implemented?
Yes, yes.
And did you engage with the people that had prepared this plan? You said that Dr. Manamela's team and her had prepared the plan. That's the Mental Health Directorate, I think. Did you engage with them on the contents?
No, I had no contact with the team. I had no contact with the team, just Dr. Manamela only, with the executive.
So you talked to Dr. Manamela about the plan? Sorry, my lady.
In the executive meeting, yes.
You spoke to Dr. Manamela?
Let me explain.
Yes, maybe we should understand, because you must listen to the question. Then
question was,
in order to assist us to understand your evidence, you have to at least answer the questions the way they are asked, unless if you can get clarification of the question.
Okay.
The question is, did you engage with the people who prepared the plan? Then you can explain whatever, yes or no, then you then elaborate on what you mean so that we can understand your evidence.
I understand, my lady. No, I didn't talk to the team that created the plan. I wouldn't even know them. The team was represented by Dr. Manamela, who then presented the plan to the executive team.
Good, thank you.
Just a second. Continue.
Thank you, Dr. Selebano. So you didn't talk to the team. Did you talk to Dr. Manamela about the contents of the plan? Did you engage with her?
No, at a personal level, no, but at an executive level with all other managers in, yes.
What does that mean, Dr. Selebano? I'll tell you, it's not a difficult question. All I'm trying to understand is, well, let me try and make it simple. I'm sorry if it was a difficult question. Let me try again.
Did you or did you not? That is the question. Unless I don't know if council wants to simplify it further. Because we don't understand. Once you say personally, in my personal capacity or on personal level, then on, you know.
I didn't sit face to face with Dr. Manamela to discuss the plan. The plan was discussed at an executive level.
Okay.
Okay, who is on the
Let's hold
executive
it there.
level?
Just
Sorry,
a second.
MEC,
Hold on, Dr. Silabano.
Just a second.
We'll let the judge write.
okay.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. So, Dr. Silabano, you said you didn't engage directly with Dr. Manamela, but the executive did. Who is on the executive? Who
MEC.
engaged on the plan?
MEC, myself, DDGs in that instance was Dr. Lebete, DDG HR was also there, infrastructure is there also, and Mr. Musenefi, Chief Director, was there, Dr. Mazamisa, Chief Director, was there, and all other relevant financial managers from DDG, Chief Director, and directors. They all sit there.
I understand. So you all engaged together on the contents of the plan. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, she presented the plan and we engaged with it.
All right. So before you signed this document, you said you read the plan and you considered its contents. And in that meeting where you engaged with Dr. Manamela subsequent to her presentation, together with the whole executive, did you ask questions about the contents of the report?
I don't recall. I don't know if I asked questions, but there was a discussion around the plan.
Okay.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Now, Dr. Silabano, yesterday we heard, well, let me say I heard and I understood the ruling from the court in relation to questions around the various audits that the department received or didn't receive. I'm not interested in those. I'm not going to ask you about those. But what I do want to ask you about is, or what I'd like to explore with you is what you've told the court about the costs of the marathon project, because they are relevant to the question of how implementation took place. So in preparation for this evidence today, I've read the transcript of the arbitration, of your evidence in the arbitration, and I've read what you told the ombudsman. And then yesterday I listened to your evidence in relation to Ms. Foster's questions. And I was left a little bit confused. So I want to give you an opportunity just to clarify any confusion so that what the court has is an accurate version of your evidence. Now, in the arbitration, you first said, and I can take you to the page, it's page 27653. I'm giving that for the court's reference. You don't necessarily have to go to it unless what I ask you, you need to remind yourself, but there we go. Ms. Stevenson has directed you to the page. All right, so in the arbitration, you first said that the reason for the marathon project was that you needed to reduce costs. Okay, so if you look down towards halfway down that page, line 10, Advocate Adila Hassam says you needed to reduce costs. And your answer is maybe, let me say yes. And then she says you needed to reduce costs. In order to reduce costs, you cut essential health services. Now, I'm not interested in essential health services because what follows is a debate about what that means. But I want to just hear you on this. So you said in the arbitration you needed to reduce costs, correct?
Yes, I must have said that, yes.
Well, that's what the transcript records you as saying.
Okay. I'm not disputing that.
Okay. And then if we go to page 27571, if you look at, you'll tell me when you're there. 27571. If you look there at line 3, or just the second line from the top of the page, This is you talking. If you go up a page, you see that it's you talking. And you say, there were other contracts, for instance, the Selby contract, that was also part of this. We started with the Selby project, so it was part of and parcel of, we call it revenue enhancement, something like that.
That's right.
You recall that? Okay. So what follows, if you look at that transcript, is an explanation of what you meant by revenue enhancement. And if I'm summarizing correctly, I think what your description was that you were essentially making the money go further. Would that be a correct description?
That would be a fair description.
Okay. Now, yesterday you told the court also that the department didn't have the money to even pay Life Esidimeni. You recall that?
Yeah, we're defaulting on payments, honestly.
Okay. Now, are you aware that in her evidence, former MEC Barbara Creasy, she gave evidence before the arbitration, and she's made an affidavit in these proceedings. But in her evidence, she made clear that the pressure to cut costs was only related to non-core costs. And I can take you to the page. It's 1908. So if you look on 1908, we're talking about non-core costs. If you look at line 492, Justice Moseneke asks her, so the notion that there ought to be a cut on core costs was totally foreign to your financial planning and budgeting, was it? And Ms. Barbara Creasy says, yes, Justice. And Justice Moseneke says, the assertion that there was massive pressure from Treasury, national and provincial to reduce expenditure on core services is false, ? And Ms. Creasy replies, yes, Justice. The pressure was on non-core services. You see where I'm referring you to?
I see that. I see that.
Okay. Now, what Ms. Creasy also says, and this is at page 1911, if you wouldn't mind going there. 1911. Okay. Now, if you look at about line 563. Okay. What Ms. Creasy says there, she makes clear that there was overspending in 2014, 2015, which I think is in line with what you told us yesterday.
I'm trying to, okay.
Take your time.
All right.
Okay, so she makes clear that there was over expenditure in 2014, 2015, but that, and you'll see it here, in fact, there was under expenditure of 60 million in 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
So you see that? The last line of line 563, the actual expenditure is 1.228. So there's an under expenditure of 60 million rand. You see that?
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to understand is you had an under expenditure in 2015, 2016 of 60 million rand, but you didn't have the money to pay Life Esidimeni, and costs seem to have been a concern, justifying the movement of the transfer of all of these patients. Can you give us a response to that?
Well, the first thing that we must agree is that I didn't follow the MEC's presentation, and I'm hoping that we could have actually called the CFO, the HOD in her department, and the HOD in health, so that they would be the best people to discuss the money aspects. But also, when you talk about non-core in medicine, what are you talking about? Because I'll give you an example. If you say blood services, blood transfusion is non-core, you're wrong. Why? Because hospitals, due to trauma, crime, depend on that there must be they must be paid. In fact, I'm sure if they're listening, they know we were not even able to pay blood transfusion, National Health Laboratories. They were struggling because of our non-failure to pay them. And the impact was not only on Gauteng, it was also in other provinces, because if we don't pay them, we're the biggest consumers of blood, of laboratory services. Blood is used in theater, everywhere for patients. So I don't know when you would want to classify that as non-core. I'm sorry, it didn't work that way. I've worked in a hospital as a CEO. You can't have a hospital without blood. Can't have a hospital without laboratory services. They look non-core, but actually they are core to hospital services.
Okay, Dr. Selebano, would you say that the housing and treatment of patients is a core cost?
The core cost will be the treatment of patients, medicine, in fact, even grocery, just providing food is core to even cleaning the hospital itself. The mothers who clean our hospitals, we have made it clear that they're not like a mother in a mall. They are infection control officers in real terms. So it's difficult to say what is non-core.
Okay, let me take you to what Ms. Creasy says is core and non-core.
Okay.
Look at page 1902.
1902.
And you'll see, are you at that page?
Okay.
Now look at the top where Ms. Creasy starts speaking.
Then on page 8.
Yes, she says, I'm going to read it to the court. Then on page 8, I specifically outline in the budget our cost reduction targets on non-core areas. And by the budget, she's also talking about a presentation that she made to the Gauteng Provincial Council. I would imagine that's the environment where the MEC for Finance presents the budget. That's also on the record. Perhaps my team will help me find the speech. But when she's talking about the budget, that's presenting the budget. She's talking about presenting it at that venue. Now, in fact, Dr. Selebano, you'll know better than me about the MEC presenting a budget. We'll come back to that in a minute. But essentially what she says is, I specifically outline in the budget our cost reduction targets on non-core areas, and I spell out what the targets are and what the non-core areas are. And I think, Justice, it's important to say that the provision of health services, education services, and social services, as well as housing, are core areas of provision for the Gauteng provincial government. So, all right. So when we talk about cost reduction on non-core areas, we are referring to venues and facilities. By venue and facilities, we mean for public events. Travel and subsistence, the target was 1.5%. The target for venues and facilities was 21%. Communication, 7%, catering, 9%, and catering, we're referring to catering at government functions, advertising, 0.5%, and administration fees, 25%. All right. Now,
I agree with that. I agree with that.
You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
We're not even doing them anyhow. I hear what you're saying. We're not doing all those things.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a description of what is core and non-core. Do you still think that the provision of housing of patients and treatment of patients is non-core?
I wouldn't say that it's core, but I'm simply saying when you say non-core, now I've got a description. You can't, biscuits and all traveling, we cut all those expenses. They were not there at all.
Yes, I agree with you on that. Biscuits and traveling and things are non-core. Now, biscuits are always the first things to go in our advocates' chambers if there's money issues.
Yeah.
Now, if you can just go to page 1912, please.
1912.
And if you could look at line 580.
Line
580. Let me just give you, I'll just give you context. It's basically the next page. You recall we were talking about the under expenditure of 60 million. So if you go one page up, that's where we were just now. We were talking about under expenditure of 60 million. And if we keep paging down, we're now on the next page, 1912. And here, Justice Moseneke says, but what were they then doing? What is this all about, Ms. Creasy? And she says, I can't say, Justice. And at line 580, Justice Moseneke says, but why would they shut down a facility when the numbers show that there was more than enough money to look after mental health care users? Not generally, even at Life Esidimeni. What was all this about? Do you know? Can you make sense of this? And Ms. Creasy says, I don't know, Justice. I can only present you with the figures. Okay. You see that?
I see that.
All right.
Do you want me to comment on that, Council?
Yes, please.
Well, if you were to ask me on that, he was sitting at the cabinet. He was sitting, not he, sorry, she. The MEC was sitting at the cabinet. She was sitting at the Premier's Budget Council. When you talk finances, she is the one who was there. So I would have expected that she actually says, yes, we discussed the Department of Health. It was actually embarrassing us in terms of, financial issues and financial management. I would have expected, honestly, that she would have said something like that. And we had to intervene because they were saying that. She was saying that you got to get your act together.
I see. So on that council, with the MEC, Ms. Mahlangu sit?
The Premier's Budget Council. Let me explain how it works again. If all departments present at the Premier's Budget Council, so I can only talk for health. When we're going to present, the MEC has spoken to her colleagues, I take it, at the cabinet level. Then we sit, my lady. The person who speaks to the Premier is not administrators at that time because it's Premier and the other MECs. Then the presentation is done there. We do our presentation, they ask questions, she answers because she's talking to her political colleagues. Then they say, thank you very much, we have heard your presentation, then we go. I want to suspect, and I'm saying it as with caution, if education comes, then the Premier, the MEC for education will then take the stand where our health MEC was, and our MEC will go and join her colleagues. That's what I suspect happens. I can only talk for her. So she sits.
Only deal with what actually, just give us the facts. We don't want what you suspect could have happened.
The question was, does she sit at the PBC? The answer is yes. In relation to health, she presents on our behalf to the Premier's Budget Council.
So if there was a question around budgets and financing and whether or not there was overspending in the Gauteng Department of Health, am I understanding you correctly that the MEC for Health should have been raising these concerns or dealing with the concerns at that level?
She must have raised it at the budget with her colleagues at the cabinet even before, I suppose.
Okay, and just to be absolutely clear about your role, Section 25 that we started off this morning with says that you, as the head of department, are responsible for to control and manage the cost and financing of public health establishments and public health agencies. You recall that?
Yes.
So you are the accounting officer for the department.
Perfect.
All right. Yeah. And you are responsible for making sure, for example, that there's no fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Yes, during my tenure, I'm glad to say it was zero. And check that it was zero. Fruitless and wasteful, zero. Stay in the record.
So am I understanding you correctly that the reason for the cancellation and the marathon of the term, so let me start again. Am I understanding you correctly that the reason for terminating the Life Esidimeni contract was costs or was not costs?
It was, now that you reminded me with the term revenue enhancement, it was a process of revenue enhancement.
Which means what?
It was a process of revenue
enhancement. That's the term that our budget colleagues tend to say, how do we spend what we have efficiently throughout the platform?
Yes. Now, you recall that at some point, Dr. Mkachwa and you had a conversation and you asked him for a proposal on what it would cost for the department to buy the Centers of Life Esidimeni that was housing mental health care patients. You recall that?
I want to put it clearly here. I never had a meeting with Dr. Mkachwa to say, hey, Dr. Mkachwa, give me a proposal about what we buy. No. As we were talking after a meeting, I said, how much would your property be? Then he said, I'll give you an idea. Then he came back and gave me an idea. All right, that's how it happened. He puts it as if it was an official discussion that we did. No, it was not an official discussion.
Okay, so let's go to page 27745. 27745. And are you at that page?
Yes, we're there.
All right. Now, this is where you talk to Justice Moseneke about this proposal. You see, Advocate Hassam started by asking you just at the top of the previous page. So Dr. Mkachwa said the following, and I'm just reading from his transcript. He says, quote, the proposal that I then presented to Dr. Selobano was, why don't you just take over our facilities, buy us out so there's continuity of care, and ask me to go back and put together a proposal. I did go put together and evaluated the facilities, and I sent him the information, which had three options. Three options that would be cash payment, a 5-year plan, and a 10-year plan. We never heard from the department. And then, Dr. Selobano, you say, Dr. Mkachwa pretends as if now he's the one who actually said, can we do that?
That's it.
Okay. I asked Dr. Mkachwa in my office with him. Like I said, I know him. And I said, quote, would we consider some of these options, unquote. And I said in the discussion with the prof, it stalled. Why? Because then I suggested two, and let's just stop there for now. Well, actually, let's read the next two lines. Advocate Hassam says, so did you ask him to make a proposal? And you say, I asked him to give me what would be the cost of the 3 centers. And did he do that, she says? And you say, he came back, he orally told me. And as far as I can recall, he orally came back. And then you say it stalled. You recall that?
Yes. Well, I'm seeing it here. I probably said it. Yeah, I haven't read the transcript. Yeah.
Sure. I understand. So essentially, whether it was a formal proposal or not a formal proposal, and whoever asked for these costs, you did, am I correct that you did get the costs of what it would cost, and that you had 3 options, either a cash payment, a 5-year plan, or a 10-year plan?
No. I hear you. I think it's important that I say that Dr. Mkachwa should not pretend as if he's the one. And you say it doesn't matter. For me, it matters, okay, because he comes and says that he told me that we can buy this. No, I asked him, what would be the cost of your property? And then he said, okay, I'll give you. And then he gave me an oral answer because I never saw anything on a piece of paper. Yes, I said that. He gave me a figure and I never pursued the figure. And there are reasons why I knew that when I said it stalled, there are reasons why I said that. If you want me to explain that, I can explain that.
Yes, I want you to explain it, but just we'll get there. Okay. Now, if you go to page 27746. Tell me when you're there.
You there?
Okay. Now, you see, this is where you have a conversation with Justice Moseneke about this option to buy Life Esidimeni.
Yeah.
And just so that we're clear, it's an option to buy Life Esidimeni so that the mental health care patients would remain where they are. Is that correct? They wouldn't be transferred to NGOs.
Fair.
Okay, so that's a yes. Now, Justice Moseneke says, what remained in my mind, I'm looking at the top of the page, what remained in my mind in your answer was that in fact you had enough money to buy Life Esidimeni in cash. And you respond, I did say that I asked budget as he was going to check. I did say that I asked budget, quote, if you are to scrape around, would you be able to get something? Unquote. They came back to me and gave me, and then it's inaudible. Yes, I said. Justice Moseneke says yes. Advocate Adila Hassan says they said yes. And then Justice Moseneke says, in fact, lo and behold, you were surprised. In fact, I have the money to buy in cash. And you then say, we can get the money, yeah. Now, and let's just read what Justice Moseneke then says. He says, as that saved the township to buy just in cash, right? So you could have bought in cash. Why didn't you? Ultimately, it's inaudible. Why did you prefer to displace the patients rather than buy the place and preserve it? And you say, I hear you, you know, I mean, why I didn't think of pulling that thing through. It just stalled in my mind. Justice Moseneke says, but Doc, you are paid to be the decision maker. That's what leaders are. They make decisions. And you say, yeah, but I hear you. But I hear you, Justice. Now, you go over the page, Justice Moseneke says, but why didn't you make, or did you make the decisions? Why didn't you make it? You should know there's something big. It's something ahead of deciding to displace nearly 1,500 patients. And the last section I'm going to read you is, Dr. Silabano, you say, yeah, Justice, I hear you. And with respect, I hear you, but also let's not, as it's stalling in my head, it's not like I deliberately never thought about it. It stalled. There were I didn't thought so even for 1 minute that there will be such a tragedy. I mean, if you think about it now, if you ask me, how do you feel about that now? I could have just bought these things at that time. Would you like to comment on that, Dr. Silabano?
Yes, the first part is that taking after the conversation with Dr. Mkachwa, I use the word, can you scrape around? And it's important to do that because you only scrape because there was never a budget to buy this. Can you scrape around? And they scraped around and they said, if we then disadvantage everything, that's the full story. If we then are to disadvantage everything, we would raise something. They never even wanted to give me a real figure. They said, we would give you something. But then we said, let me just explain the chronology of events. We said and said, this, however, is for DID to decide because they are the ones who buy assets for government.
DID, it's what?
Public Works. In Gauteng, it's called Department of Infrastructure Development.
Oh, okay.
They are the ones who buy assets. So already, if you look at it, the issue now was I have to write to DID, tell them, then they this and then this. And I don't want to say anything about other people's work. I can imagine yeah. So that must be understood in that sense, that it was now going to jump into another department, DID. Yes.
Okay. So you didn't know how much you could scratch around and find?
They didn't give an exact figure to say whether is it 100. I don't even recall what Dr. Mkachwa, what figure he gave me. I don't recall. I don't recall it all.
No, that's fine. Let me help you recall. Go to page 27633. You there?
Right.
Okay, now look at the bottom. This is still a discussion with Justice Moseneke about the option to purchase Life Esidimeni. If you go to the bottom of that page,
2633.
2633. There
27633. Okay.
27633. At the bottom of that page, you'll see just below line 15, your evidence here is consistent. Justice Moseneke says, was that a serious suggestion? You say a formal suggestion? No, it was not formal, which is what you've told us today. And then he says, did you have the money to buy? And you say, not incidental, Judge. On my own, after that, I actually checked. I checked with the budget people and they said there's about, you see that? I checked with the budget people and they said there's about 100 and something that probably we could have used too. Yes. And Justice Moseneke says 100 and something what? Billion. Dr. Silabano says, yeah, $1 million. that we could have used too. And Justice Moseneke says, so you could have afforded to buy the 3 Life Esidimeni centers. And you say, I'm just saying subsequent to that on my own, I just checked. Yes, so and you look down, you then say budget said, yeah, we could scrape around and pick up 100. So is that what you're saying? You said you weren't sure of the amount. It sounds like it was 100 million.
It was 100 or so.
That you could find, yes. That you could find.
If they scrape around, if they scrape around,
they could find 100 million to purchase the Life Esidimeni.
No. I said, what would be the budget? If we were to scrape around, that would be floating. They said we can scrape around, there would be 100 million. I'm not disputing the figure now. If they said 100 million. But at that same time, I said, what happens to where we have scraped around? And they said, we scrape around, we take from this one, we take from that one. So we're now increasing a problem now. Okay. That's where it stopped now.
Presumably that is what happens within departments, that you have to look around and see what you take from here to give to the other, and that's how you manage budgets. Isn't that correct?
That's the wrong way of managing budgets, Council. Okay. You can't do that.
So how do you do it?
And you are right. Okay, let me put it this way. I agree with you, Council, that finally you are in a situation where you scrape around. This month you pay so and so, next month you don't pay that person. That's what you are saying. It's true what you are saying. But that's not what should happen. You should be able to honor your obligations. Obviously.
Now, Dr. Selobano, go to page 27637, please. 27637.
Okay.
This is where you're being examined by Advocate Patrick Gushana. Mm-hmm. And you'll see here, it's again about the amount. If you look at line, let me see, 13, Advocate Gushana says, and it's quite clear that figure, if it was indeed suggested, so sorry, go back one. So you see at line 10, you are talking and you say 2016, that is when Dr., and it's inaudible, I assume you mean Dr. Mkhatshwa, said the budget, or I'm not sure who that refers to, actually, you can tell us, but that is when Doctor said the budget people, yeah, let's say March, we could scrape around 110 or so. And then Advocate Gushana says, and it's quite clear that figure, if it was indeed suggested by Dr. whoever, or whomsoever, but it would be the probable cost of those 3 centers. It would be less than the projected cost of renovations of over 200 million rent. And you say, yeah, Council, I hear, except this is the figure that stayed with me. It's not something that I discussed with the colleagues. And Advocate Gushana says, yes, let me be specific and refer you to the projected costs, for example, of renovations. And he then takes you, if you keep looking down on page 27638, he takes you to the cost of the renovations. And he's at line 3, he says 22665, which I think is a reference to a page, at 224 million rent. And you say, I hear you. And he says, you accept that? And you say that the figure that I picked up from the budget people, yes, it is less than that. Okay, so am I understanding this in the sequence of the evidence to say that the cost of purchasing Life Esidimeni centers would have been less than the cost of renovating the existing hospital space?
I hear you. When you look at numbers, you see the difference in cost. But when you renovate, if we were to ask, like I said, DID, the department doesn't do renovations. If we were to ask those who own the assets to renovate, what they would have, and I'm giving you here, what would have meant, it would mean then we have a facility that we can use for longer. So I agree with you. There was a figure that was saying 100 or so, and then there was this figure of 224. When you compare them, there's a difference. I hear where you're coming from. But I want you to understand also that it never even went anywhere, because then as an HOD, I knew now I must talk to this, and then it's not going to go anywhere in real terms.
Well, not that it's not going to go anywhere. It didn't go anywhere because it stalled in your head, as you said.
At a practical level, I knew that it may just never go anywhere. I still have to now write letters and everything to DID. And I still have to also talk to my colleagues about this is so, this and that. Government with its bureaucracy. At that time, I know, even now, I'm sure it's still the same thing. Yeah.
So am I right then? You say you didn't take it any further. And can I take it then that you didn't discuss the matter with anyone else or with the MEC?
No, with the MEC, no, definitely I never did. As to whether, you see, my confidant and the guy that I used to talk a lot with was Mr. Musenofi, Obuti, you know. It's probable that I might have said, hey, you know, this could have this, you know, just check ideas from colleagues. I can't say for sure if I did or I didn't, I can't recall.
Well, you may be right, because we'll come to it in time, but in Dr. Musa or Mr. Mosanoki's letter, one of the, you know, the letter that we discussed yesterday that he sent to the MEC that you worked on with him, in that letter, one of the options was to buy Life Esidimeni. Isn't that correct?
Let me correct first.
I can take you to the letter if needs be.
No. Yeah, take me to the letter, but I didn't write the letter with Mr. Musenofi. Okay. He said he wants to write the letter. And I said, please, Mr. Musenofi, continue and do that and present it to the MEC. That's why he started by saying, MEC, I apologize.
If I may. Yes, I don't want you to be repeating the evidence. Just follow what Council is asking. What she was just saying to you was to say, could you have discussed the matter with anyone else or the MEC? Then you said no, with the MEC, no. But with Mr. Moseneki, you said it could be, but you do not remember. So she was just trying to refresh your mind to say, in that letter from Mr. Moseneki, there was something in relation to that aspect. That is it.
Okay, yes.
Yes, Council, we may move on.
Thank you, my lady.
So there was no need for that long explanation. That's all what I'm saying. Yes, Craig?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I've listened to this cross-examination for some time. Now, perhaps Dr. Silabano should vacate for a moment.
Yes, you can just step aside, please.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I'm not suggesting that the reasons for the decision to terminate the contract are entirely irrelevant. What I do question, and we led evidence on that, and quite a bit of evidence has been elicited this morning. What I do question is whether this level of detail is going to assist your ladyship at all. And I say it for the following reasons. It's always capable of debate when you're talking about how money should be spent, whether it should have been spent on this or whether it should have been spent on that. And if we test it this way, if your ladyship were to find that the financial reasons advanced for terminating the LE contract were sound, would that then be the end of the matter? Of course it would not, because the decision to terminate is just the beginning. The question then is how that termination is executed, and that is the relevant part of this inquiry, I would submit. Whether your ladyship arrives at a conclusion that the decision taken to terminate the contract was financially prudent, financially required or not required, is not going to assist your ladyship in assigning possible criminal liability on a prima facie basis. And so for my learned friend to spend as much time as she is spending on this detail, as interesting as it is not relevant to the questions that your ladyship has to answer. And I would submit that my learned friend ought to move on to other more relevant issues. This level of detail is simply not going to assist your ladyship.
Can I hear you, Ms. Bundland?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, of course, I disagree with Mr. Watt-Pringle. First of all, it's absolutely necessary for me to lay the basis of questions that will come, which is what I'm doing. Second of all, it is relevant because Dr. Silabano has told us that cost well, he's told us different things. He's told us cost was not an issue for terminating the contract. Then he's told us cost was an issue. Your ladyship will decide what to do with that evidence. But what's absolutely clear, and that's where this evidence is relevant, is that the department had options. They had options about how to spend their money in order to achieve the desired outcome. And what's very clear is that they chose an option that resulted in deaths, many deaths. And so this evidence is very relevant. Your ladyship in due course will consider what of this evidence you wish to use and rely on. But if I would be remiss in my duties if I didn't place this evidence before this court and give Dr. Selebano an opportunity to deal with the contradictions in his evidence and what may be difficult for him down the line. So give him an opportunity to answer these questions, my lady. It's not irrelevant. It's absolutely relevant. I don't have too much more on this issue anyway. I'm intending to move forward. But my lady, there were options open to the department. Dr. Selebano himself applied his mind to those options, and then in his words, he stalled. That's relevant. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Craig?
Yes, my lady, with respect, my learned friend has not provided your ladyship with a single sustainable reason why this evidence is relevant. Saying that had this decision not been taken, there would have been no deaths is like saying that had they not built the M1 freeway, we wouldn't have however many road traffic deaths we have on that freeway. It's obvious that factually, my learned friend's correct, but we are not interested merely in factual causations. If we stopped all vehicles from traveling on the road, we wouldn't have any road deaths. That doesn't mean we do it. So my learned friend is confusing factual causation, which has nothing to do with legal causation, and legal causation, in respect of which she's not provided your ladyship with a single answer. However, my learned friend says she's nearing the end of this, so perhaps let's just finish it off. But I'm making this objection also in the hope that in relation to future issues that my learned friend deals with, she will bear in mind that this is an inquest and not the free-for-all that the arbitration was. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. I hear you, but in this one, I'm going to allow her to cross-examine to continue. Let her continue to lay the basis on where she wants to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady. Perhaps the witness can return.
Can the witness return?
Okay.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, Dr. Selebano. We're going to continue.
Thank you.
I see, before you continue, I don't know whether you want to finish
yes.
that. I see it's 16 minutes past 11. Do you want to finish that point, or should we break now?
Let me just finish that point, my lady, if I may. That's just a couple of questions.
All right, you may.
Dr. Selebano, we've heard your evidence now, and we've talked about the various options that were presented to you as the HOD that you had and the decisions that were made. We also know that in November 2016, that is after the termination of the contract, not long after, the department was also proposing the development of 900 new beds for mental health services at Tara, West Koppies, and Sterkfontein. Now, can I take you to that page, please? If you go to 27705. Sorry, my lady, it's 27705.
Thank you.
7705.
Okay. And if you look about halfway down, you'll see that Advocate Hassam, this is at about line 12.
Okay.
Okay. Advocate Hassam says, yes, you're talking about budget still, and she says, yes, but that's true. So then I would like to ask you this. In order to put this question to you, I need you to have a look at another exhibit, and she refers you to an exhibit. And if you keep going down, she says she refers to this new Gauteng province document, and it's headed Proposed Development of New 900 Bed Facilities for Mental Health Services to be constructed at Tara, West Koppies, and Sterkfontein. And she says 2 lines down, it's a document that is signed by you. Do you remember that document?
I don't remember the document, but if it's signed by me, I wouldn't dispute it.
Okay. And if you go over the page, she says it was in November 2016. Okay. Now, the purpose of this document, you'll see she describes it in line 11 on that page. The page is 27706.
Okay.
So the purpose of this set out in paragraph 3 of the documents, it says the Gauteng Department of Health experiences a high prevalence of mental health conditions in the communities. The communities are exposed to greater risks of mental illness and psychological distress. And it keeps going down, and you'll see it towards the bottom of the page that it says the Department of Health records indicate that in an instant it requires an average of 1,200 beds, etc. And that's why they're commissioning the construction of, I'm looking at the last line of that page, commissioning the construction of 3 new facilities at Tara Hospital, 300 beds, West Koppies Hospital, 300 beds, and Sterkfontein Hospital, 300 beds. And you confirm that. So does that refresh your memory about the document I'm talking about?
Most probably, yes. I'm not disputing.
Okay. Now, presumably the development of those proposed beds would also have to go through DID. Is that correct?
That's why the word commissioning is there. They will do the commissioning.
Okay.
Of the hospitals, yes.
I see. So DID would have been required to do renovations as well?
It's the implementing agent. It's the implementing agent for assets, yes. They are the ones who do that.
I see. So with all of these different options and proposals, why was there such a rush to move people out of Life Esidimeni, Dr. Silabano?
I'm sorry, if you don't mind, through you, my lady, different options. I didn't pick up any number of options. Maybe if I could be clear, sure. What options are we talking about?
So I'll take you through them again. We looked at the option to buy Life Esidimeni. That was something that you investigated. I accept that you didn't fully investigate it, but I'll give you an opportunity to respond. That was an option that was on the table. I accept that you didn't fully investigate it, and I accept that you didn't follow up on that option, but it's also an option that was raised with by Mr. Mosenogi in his letter that was discussed. So that's one. Here I'm presenting you with a different one, which is a new proposed development of another 900 beds specifically for mental health care patients. Now, my question is this: why the rush to move people out of Life Esidimeni in the short time period that we did see?
Okay, at least you have explained that there were never options. The way I understood, the way you explained, there were no options on the table. If you say there was a rush, there had been planning from 2015, and the implementation plan went through different phases until 2016, 31, 1st of May. It's difficult for me to define rush in terms of speed, that there was no consideration done. There were lots of meetings supplied. In my mind, honestly speaking, during that time, and even now I still believe, there's no real, when you say rush.
If you can assist, when you say there was a lot of planning, when did that planning start? Because isn't it, we know that this thing started, whatever was said about this project started in October 2015. And as we speak now, the intention was that the process should be finished by March 2016 before Mr. Mosenogi was granted the extension. So we want to find out, because when she's talking about the rush, right? What time frame would you regard as not a rush according to you?
There had been discussions as far back as April 2015. The rush, perhaps, you'll say it's when I signed the termination notice. But there had been discussions with stakeholders as far back as April 2015. If we take the period then from September to end of March and then extended by 3 months to end of June, I still think, I don't know how would I describe it as a rush.
So in your evidence to the Ombudsman and in the arbitration as well, you said several times, and I can take you there if necessary, you said several times that your staff were under enormous pressure and that
Yes.
there was haste. Haste was the word that you used, and that is why errors were made. Do you want to just reevaluate your answer in respect to the rush in relation to that statement?
I wouldn't mind.
And
that.
can you take, just before the witness response, can you take us to that portion of the arbitration
Yes.
record?
Yes, my lady. I'm going to, if you just bear with me for a minute. Just double check that this is correct. Yes, so one such place is at 32353. And this is the interview the interview of Dr. Silabano with Professor Mahoba. And at line 11, Dr. Silabano says, and I think that is where the error started. The second error, I would want to say that the haste in moving the patients, we should have some of us cautioned against haste. The haste was too much. You could have done it in a phased way.
Okay, I see that. Yes.
Would you like to just reevaluate? When I asked you the question about the rush, why the rush to move patients? Do you want to reevaluate your answer in light of what I've just taken you to?
During that time, let me explain. Thank you for the question, Council. Throughout these proceedings, I've actually reevaluated a lot of things. For instance, the haste issue. I was talking there probably as an HOD who was caught up in that situation. But throughout when I followed everything that has been happening, I've always wondered in my head whether would there have been any time where we said we're fast or we're slow. I'm not too sure if there would have been that time. I'm not too sure.
I'm not sure I understand. So are you saying you're not sure if it was too fast?
I'm not too sure if it was too fast, and I'm not too sure that it would have been any slower.
So when you said this to Professor Mahoba, that you think that errors were made because of the haste in moving patients, and we should have cautioned against haste. The haste was too much. We could have done it in a phased way. Are you saying that you now think differently?
I would, if he was to ask me the knowledge I have now, I would have answered it completely different.
What would you have said?
I would have said, Prof.
Just hold it there. Yes, you may proceed.
My lady, I see Mr. Sibara has his hand up.
Mr. Sibara. Okay, Mr. Sibara.
Thank you, my lady. I hope I'm going to be audible. We've got a bit of a challenges in our building with network due to load shedding, my lady. If the witness can just step aside for a minute, my lady. My lady, if I can just get clarity from my senior. The proceedings before the ombudsman, I'm not sure if this witness was warned that what transpired before the ombudsman will be used against him in the subsequent proceedings, because this is what we call previous consistent statement. I need to be educated on that score, my lady. I don't know if that basis was laid by my senior before you can traverse that piece of evidence. If the witness was warned before the ombudsman that that piece of evidence is going to be used against him in the subsequent proceedings. As he please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Yes.
My lady, I'm not sure whether the ombudsman warned him or not, but I hadn't understood initially that his evidence was inconsistent. It seemed to be consistent with what you're saying, but I understand from his last comment that he now says that he disagrees with that. I see perhaps Mr.
Yes,
Wackfinger
Mr.
wants to say something, or
up.
Mr. Late, yeah.
Is that I saw Mr. Late's hand. Did you also say Mr. Watbringle, but I didn't see his hand? Yes, Mr. Late.
Well, this inquest proceedings, Dr. Silabano is merely a witness. Nothing is used against him. He's
Correct.
testifying and he gives the court his evidence of what had happened. It's nothing that's used against him.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Do you want to say something, Mr. Sibara? Yes, Mr. Sibara?
As it please the court, my lady, the cross-examination of my senior is designed to challenge the contradictions from the ombudsman and the evidence is giving before you. And in view of that, that constitute previous consistent statement as he gave evidence before the ombudsman. And we need to be alive to the fact that the evidence the piece of evidence which was given before the ombudsman, this court has not even ruled on the status of that piece of evidence. Now, the whole record of the inquest is littered with the evidence from the ombudsman, from the arbitration. Now the witness is confronted with questions from the ombudsman vis-a-vis the answer which he gave before you, which seems to propose a contradiction.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
As it please
Sibara.
the court,
Mr.
my lady.
Late, thank you.
My lady, I don't know whether I heard wrong. Mr. Sibara says that he has an objection because it's a previous consistent statement. Now, previous
Yes, he says
consistent
it's a
statement.
he says it's a previous inconsistent statement.
Inconsistent statement. Yes, then I
Correct.
can't. If he refers to an inconsistent statement, there's nothing wrong, and nobody has to be warned when he's a witness that a statement can be used in a court of law. He's not an accused; he's a witness, and there's nothing wrong with testing his credibility at the hand of what he had said previously to whoever, as a court places.
Furthermore, just before you step down, I think there is a hand also by Mr. Craig, Mr. Watbringel. That's fine. Regarding the status of the proceedings before the ombuds and the arbitration, I think it keeps on coming that I haven't ruled on that. So now the record is being tainted with that evidence. If you can say something in relation to that.
Yes, my lady, as I have previously said, it was handed in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act and is by mere production thereof admissible as evidence. So it was admitted by this court from the beginning. It forms part of these proceedings.
Yes, okay. So the same applies to the ombuds.
Yeah, ombudsman's
report.
Interviews forms part of the arbitration also.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I hear Mr. Watbringel?
Thank you, Milady. Milady, I appreciate my learned friend Mr. Sabara's concerns, but we don't share those concerns. Your ladyship warned Dr. Silabano against, in relation to his right against self-incrimination. We've always understood that the transcript of the arbitration proceedings was amongst the material that is before your ladyship, and if we feel that that Dr. Silabano's rights are in any way infringed at any time, we will object. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Sibara, if I may come back to you after all what your colleagues have said, do you want to say something now?
Malady, in view of my senior advocate Fred Watbringel submissions, it's his client, I withdraw my objection.
Okay, thank you
That's
very much.
the
The objection has been withdrawn, so there is no need for the court to entertain it. Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Bandlender. I see Mr. Binar. I don't know whether that is okay. Thank you very much.
My lady, I just have one question to put to the witness, and then we would be ready to take the tea
Breaking for
adjournment if
tea.
that suits
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes. Can the witness come back? Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Silabano.
Thank you, Counsel.
Sorry to make you step out again. We're going to continue. Now, Dr. Silabano, you recall that you said that you disagreed with me about the rush, that there was a rush. And you said that in April 2015, already the plans had begun for a termination and the transfer of patients. Am I correctly summarizing your evidence?
There were already discussions around that.
Okay, yes. I'm glad you say discussions, because what I want to put to you is this, that in April 2015, the discussions were relating to reduction of beds, not relating to the move of 1,400 plus patients in its entirety out of Life Esidimeni.
Well, okay, but it's okay. But there were people who claimed that they knew that at that time there's a plan to do this. It's okay. I'll give that to you, Counsel.
Okay, so you
what is the response? Just a second. How do you respond to this?
I was saying that there were discussions swirling around that there is.
So you still maintain the same answer? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but yes, I still maintain the answer.
But a reduction of beds, if I understood from your, not necessarily your evidence, but whatever it's on record, did not necessarily mean termination of the Life Esidimeni contract, especially if one takes into account, as far as I remember, the evidence of Hannah Jacobus, where she said that even when the planning was done, at that time, there was nothing in mind that related to the termination of a Life Esidimeni. That was her evidence, as far as my recollection states.
Yes, I was just saying that I've seen somewhere where they say there was this rumor spreading around.
Oh, but you are not sure about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, continue. Was that the last question? Can we take the break now?
That was my question. So I'm comfortable with us taking the break. Thank you.
Okay. The witness is warned. The court will take a tea adjournment. It's now almost 11:36. Can we resume at 10 to 12?
Yes, thank you, my lady.
No? Well, this is almost 40.
lady,
Yes. Let's resume at 5 to 12. Thank you.
Can I just clarify, when I said it was my last question, I don't mean it's my last question. I really
No.
last
That was on that aspect. Yes, I understood you quite well. Yes, we will resume at 11:55. Thank you.
Thank you.
As you like,
May it please the court, my lady.
I've tried to scan through it very quickly to save time.
Okay, can we, I'm still reading the letter, just a second. Yes, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Okay, Dr. Silibano, you've had a
Yes.
quick look at this.
Yeah, I've had a quick look.
Okay, so this comes, as I said, from public sector psychiatrists in
That's right.
Gauteng. And they're writing, you'll see in the second paragraph, they're writing to you with concerns about the reduction of beds, restriction on admissions, and planned closure of Life Esidimeni Care Center.
All right.
So that's the context. And then if you look at the third paragraph, which starts with the word primarily, they tell you what they're worried about. So let's look at what they were worried about. Primarily, we are worried that the reduction of beds at Life Esidimeni will have unintended, costly, negative consequences, as stated on page 16 of the NMHPF. Is that the National Mental Health Policy Framework?
I should think so. Yeah, I should think so.
Yes.
Okay.
It feels like that, yes.
Yes. So as stated on page 16 of that framework, quote, deinstitutionalization has progressed at a rapid rate in South Africa without the necessary development of community-based care service, community-based services. And this has led to a high number of homeless, mentally ill, people living with mental illness in prisons and revolving door patterns of care. So they're telling us that we haven't developed community-based services for mental health care patients. And the next paragraph, they say, we believe that these problems will be exacerbated by the reducing chronic care hospital beds, as the community mental health services are still insufficiently developed to cope with the resulting increased mental health care demands. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And they go on to say that they're concerned about the lack of appropriate step-down facilities, etc. But I want you to go to the next page, which is 30226.
Okay, we're there.
Okay, and then you see in the middle of that page, there are some numbered paragraphs.
Yes, in terms of concerns, yeah.
Exactly. So they number their concerns and they highlight a few things. And I just want to take you to one of those. Okay, so look at paragraph 2. They say the community-based residential facilities currently available are not equivalent to the Life Esidimeni care centers in staffing or equipment. They are non-profit organizations run by lay people who have an interest in caring for the mentally ill. And then what goes on in that paragraph is they list the different facilities and how many are available. Now, so essentially what they're saying is that the NGOs are not equipped either through skill or through infrastructure to take care of mental health care patients. And we've seen that this, in fact, was true, that was one of the reasons that ultimately the mental health care patients had to be moved out of NGOs, Would you agree with that?
No, I moved them because I had a discussion with the minister. That really, what you're saying, the first part is not really why they were moved. I don't know that part.
So they weren't moved because the NGOs were not able to take care of mental health care patients properly and with the right level of support and care.
If you refer to me when I moved them after I've had a discussion with the minister in terms of saying, please go to all the NGOs and move the patients back into our hospitals.
But Dr. Silvano, was it not because there were problems there? People were dying.
Well, it was
there was specifically a reason for the minister to intervene, isn't it? And to
Yes.
involve you to say, please go and see to it that these people are released from there, isn't it?
He said we can't afford to have people passing away, LE patients passing away.
Yes,
So,
because there was a problem, which also attracted the media.
yes, but this is in September or so.
No, we hear that. The fact of the matter is they were removed for a reason, isn't it?
Yeah, the media and the politicians were saying.
I've noted you, Mr. Pitlela.
They're saying that things are going wrong, and
yes,
the negative publicity was not doing us any good. So go and remove those patients.
All right, can I hear Mr. Pitlela? Mr. Pitlela?
Thank you, my lady. I just wanted to, I was about to get in there with regard to what the witness is saying, but I think ultimately has answered it by saying that there was never really a reason except for the media attention and so on.
Okay.
I don't know if I captured him correctly, my lady.
Okay. We can just leave it there. The record will speak for itself. Continue.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Silvano. Now, look at page 30227, please. At the top of the page, the second paragraph.
Which paragraph now? The second paragraph.
Second paragraph. So it's the second to last paragraph, effectively. You'll see it says, at the top of page 23 of the National Mental Health Policy Framework and Strategic Plan, it is stated that, quote, these community mental health services, residential care, daycare, and outpatient services will be developed before further downscaling of psychiatric hospitals can proceed. As highlighted above, the community mental health services are still severely undeveloped, and unable to support the current demand. We therefore believe that the reduction of beds and planned closure of Life Esidimeni is premature and acts in contradiction to the policy. And the next paragraph, we urge the MEC for Health and Gauteng Department of Health to reconsider the decision to cut long-term care and instead to direct efforts to further develop the community mental health. I don't know what the S stands for. I think it's services.
Service.
And strengthen acute psychiatric units in general hospitals.
CMHS, what is this?
It's community, sorry, would the witness like to tell us? CMHS?
It probably mean community mental health services.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Silvano. All right, and so they say they want a reconsideration of the decision to cut long-term care and to direct efforts instead to develop the community mental health services and to strengthen acute psychiatric units in general hospitals. As stated above, we support the National Mental Health Framework, and we are prepared to engage with the Gauteng Department of Health with regards to its implementation. Okay.
Okay.
You see, that's the last paragraph I just read to you.
Okay.
So,
implement, we sincerely hope, yes. Okay.
Yes. Now, again, the first letter I read to you was in April 2015. Now in June 2015, you again have a letter from a series of senior psychiatrists. This is a South African Society of Psychiatrists. And they're not saying that they disagree with the principle of deinstitutionalization. What they're saying is we are very concerned about how the department plans this implementation and that there are going to be serious consequences. And the reason, in fact, I don't want to say they're going to be serious consequences. What they say is they are very concerned, and that they are, I just want to find the right language so I don't put something incorrect to you. And whilst I'm finding that, let me say this. They are very concerned, and they're asking for a meeting for you to discuss reconsidering the plan to reduce beds at Life Esidimeni. Okay?
Yes.
And most importantly from this letter, their main reason is because community mental health services, that is the NGOs, are not ready to receive patients. Now, would you agree with me? I've asked you this question in the context of the last letter, but would you agree with me that their concerns were justified?
They were the people at what you call, so their concerns were justifiable. Yes, were justified rather.
Yes. And
Do you
that,
agree?
Yes, they were justified to raise concerns to the department.
and do you agree that the content of those concerns proved to be correct in the end?
Maybe let me say this. With the first letter, I saw that it was signed by Dr. Madiege. Dr. Madiege was sitting in all the meetings that the MEC was calling throughout. So I never heard him raising some of these things directly with the MEC. I'm not holding it against him, but it's a fact. He was there. He is from Tara Hospital. If I check at Dr. Leslie Robertson, if she's the doctor I'm thinking of, she's from Mfuleni. She used to come and then she stopped coming. And I actually asked her, why are you coming? She never spoke to me. So sometimes when specialists sit directly and could argue strongly with the executive, it would have helped. I'm not undermining what they said. I'm simply saying at that level, those who were sitting with us, there were about 5 of them.
Okay, we hear that. That's
Yeah.
fine. I'm sorry to cut you short.
Yeah.
But the question to you is, do you agree that the content of those concerns proved to be correct? In other words, after looking at what transpired, am I correct, Council?
That is correct.
Yes.
Maybe I'm struggling with
Can she just maybe rephrase the question and try to, yes, just rephrase it so that the witness can understand it.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Silabano, this letter that I just read to you says, we are very concerned with you reducing beds at Life Esidimeni and moving mental health care patients to community-based care.
Okay.
By community-based care, I understand that to mean NGOs, what we've been calling NGOs. Would I be
No,
right?
not necessarily. No,
Not
even
necessarily.
clinics. Yeah, community health centers. Yes.
Okay, that's
Okay,
fine.
so both of those things.
No, not NGOs.
Not NGOs.
Yeah.
Would that also include taking them back to the communities where they will now go and stay home with their families, at home with their families?
When they're discharged.
Yes, I'm talking about that.
If
When
they're
you say
discharged-
community-based, can you also maybe put that under that?
contact.
Yes.
Well, I was just talking about community CMHS, the community mental
Healthcare
that
services,
one,
yes.
yes, that one would refer to community health centers, CHCs, where they can access medication, district hospitals at a primary level.
But it doesn't include NGOs. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't think it should.
It doesn't include them being discharged or transferred to NGOs.
It doesn't include patients being discharged.
No, maybe, okay. Does it not include them being placed at NGOs?
Yeah.
What are these community mental health centers, if you may assist us?
Okay. I'm saying when you develop a primary health care platform, you include all kinds of things, maternity, peds, and mental health. So they're saying they feel that the mental health services at that level are not developed.
Okay.
That's why I was saying it wouldn't necessarily include NGOs in this instance.
Okay.
Yes.
No, we understand you. Continue, Councillor.
So thank you, Dr. Silvano. As I understand the evidence is that NGOs rely on what you are referring to as community based residential, as community
health
services.
services.
They rely on those services to get medication, for example.
Correct.
Yes.
That's what the evidence before this court is.
Mhm.
To get doctor's appointments, to get therapy appointments, all of those kinds of things. Correct.
Be referred to
Clinics, these are clinics.
These are clinics. Then they
Correct,
depend
yes.
on that to be referred upward, whether it's a district hospital or whatever. Yes.
Correct. Yes.
Exactly. So if those things are not developed, how is it ever going to work to send patients to NGOs? How are patients meant to get medicine, get access to OT and occupational therapy and physiotherapy and all the rest of those services?
Yeah, but you see at the primary health level, you really don't need your direct. We correctly said that we will refer you for services like physio, occupational therapy, counseling, social workers in bigger CHCs that are there. So I'm not trying to argue your leadership. I'm simply trying to say if there is, according to their assessment, their experts, they felt that we're not at that level where we can say mental health services at that primary level are okay. I will not argue with them.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Proceed, Councillor.
Dr. Silabano, that's fine. I will be arguing in due course that if that is the correct interpretation, then that shows even greater flaws with the plan that this department had about how they were going to move and take care of 1,400 patients once they were moved out of Life Esidimeni. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I'll comment because if you check, the patients were receiving medication from CHCs. They were receiving treatment from CHCs, and they were being referred via the clinics to higher hospitals. So I didn't make a sweeping statement like that.
Well, in fact, Dr. Silabano, the evidence that this court has heard is that the NGOs weren't able to access those medications on certain instances. They were not always getting the medicines that they required. And they were not always getting, for example, nursing care that they required.
No. I didn't generalize because Granny went to a community health center and on that day didn't get treatment for hypertension. Then we conclude then there's no treatment for hypertension at the community level. I think it's an overgeneralization. Indeed, it is possible that they might have gone to, but if you check on other things, they were making appointment at Lodium Clinic. I saw it. They were being checked for skin problems. I saw it. One user even said, we were helped by Zola Clinic. They said that. That's why I'm saying I wouldn't argue, but I would be careful of generalizing.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Silabano. Just to be clear for the record, I'm not talking about one granny going to a clinic to get her hypertension medication. We are here looking at
mental health services.
And 144 people died. And the evidence before this court is that a lot of them were on the wrong medication or no medication. And the only way you've told us for them to get that medication, if they were in an NGO, was to access this community-based care services. So yeah, I'm not making generalizations. I'm saying on the evidence that has been led in these proceedings before this court, we have seen that NGOs were not able to access all of the care that they needed. And if that was part of the plan, as you say, I'm surprised to hear you say that, then there's a real flaw with the plan. Would you agree?
No. I'm sorry again, you've generalized and said they passed away because they didn't get medication that they needed. I wouldn't agree unless maybe, I don't know. But I am saying, you are saying the primary healthcare system doesn't work, and I'm saying no, it works. That's why I gave an example of anybody who could have gone for diabetes. If on that day you don't get your treatment for rheumatoid arthritis, you can't say generally in Gauteng medicines are not available and therefore it's not working. And that's why I again said I would not argue with the colleagues because they are experts. They know better than me.
Okay, thank you.
I won't take that further. I'll argue off the content of the letter, which was very specific and not general. But that's fine. We've heard your answer, Dr. Sullivan. Now let's move on. Let's talk about the 2015 litigation. So what we've seen, remember I said to you at the beginning of today that I'm going to go through questions in a chronological order so that the court gets a sense of what was happening from April 2015 all the way through.
I understand.
Now, we're now at the point where we've seen that there's been various engagements between SASOP, between SADC. We've seen this not through your evidence also, but through many other witnesses who've talked about the engagements that different organizations were having with the department, such as Ms. Chambers gave evidence about SADC's engagements. Okay. And even after the termination of the contract. So there was engagements before the terminations, there were engagement after the termination. Even after the termination, organizations were still worried and they had concerns about what was going to happen to mental health care users. And then in December 2015, SADC approached the High Court. You'll recall this.
I recall that. So
yes, and it was to interdict the department from discharging mental health care users from Life Esidimeni, pending the appointment of a curator to represent the rights of the mental health care patients. You recall that?
That's what they said, isn't it? That the
yes.
Department must not discharge.
Yeah. Yes, that is what they were going to court, asking the court to order.
True. That's right.
Okay. And the department opposed that litigation. Do you recall?
Yes, I recall that.
And they filed an answering affidavit that you were asked about yesterday that Dr. Lebete deposed to. And there is a confirmatory affidavit from you. It is unsigned, as I recall.
That's right, yes. I was shown it yesterday.
Okay. And just remind me, because I can't remember offhand, was your evidence that you had read the answering affidavit of Dr. Lebete?
During that time, I was not around.
Okay.
That is why Dr. Lebete was the acting HOD. And I think that's why Mr. Musenuchi signed also somewhere there, what you call, there's something again, I've just forgotten the terms you use, but he signed something. And on the one that I was supposed to sign my name, I was not there, so I didn't sign.
Yes.
So if I read it, I must have read it after they had signed and done everything.
But
I think I read it.
Okay, all right,
Yes.
Thank you.
And did you ever sign a confirmatory affidavit
No,
in
no,
this
no.
litigation?
Like I'm saying, I was not around, so that's why I didn't sign anything during that case. I remember very well.
Okay, so I want to take you to a paragraph of that affidavit, and you can just give us your...
Which one now?
Right, so I'd like you to please go to page 18340.
Just a second, just a second, oh no. I don't, okay. Go on.
You're being directed to the page, if that helps.
No way. But that, yeah, there you are. I'm not clued with this. Okay.
The page number is 18340.
That's correct.
8.
Am I correct, Counsel?
Yes, that's correct, my lady. Thank you.
I'm just trying to check where the affidavit starts. It starts on page 18333.
Thank you, my
Yeah,
lady.
we've been kicked out of case lines. I don't know how to. The lady's helping me here to.
Okay,
to go
that's
back.
fine. We'll give you the opportunity. Let them get the page first. I think they're still trying to go to case line.
Don't close the camera. Oh, I don't know. What should we do? I don't know what to do.
Are you receiving some assistance, Dr. Silabano?
Yes, I'm receiving assistance because I'm not. The judge is very good on case lines, and I tried. I couldn't get it right. I couldn't get it right.
You've got a lot of practice, Dr. Silabano.
Yeah.
Perhaps we can display it.
can we ask that I see the page starts in the middle? I'm going to request that he be afforded the opportunity to look at the affidavit. I
Yes,
don't know, he might need some time because I see it's a long affidavit.
yes, my lady, if it would assist,
Yes.
I'm fine with Dr. Silvano having a look at the affidavit. I know he sort of sped through it yesterday with Ms. Forster.
Yeah.
But I accept fully that he's just told us that he did not sign a confirmatory affidavit. So I can't ask him what he confirmed in this affidavit because he didn't confirm anything.
Okay, no, that's fine. Then, okay.
So it's fine. I just want to put a couple of things to him. So I don't think he needs to read the affidavit at this
Okay,
point.
that's fine then.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you were asked extensively.
Sorry, Council, are you able to see me?
Yes,
Yes, we can
Okay,
see you,
I can't
but
see
the
you, but it's
question
okay.
is, did you manage to get the page? Or did you
Well-
manage to access case line?
That I think we're there. Yeah.
Okay,
No,
all
but
right.
it's okay now. I think. Ne? Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Case list.
Just check if the page number is correct. 18340.
So you got it. 1-8.
in fact,
Oh,
Judge,
there we are.
Yes, I saw it was even displayed on the screen, but because
1-8.
somebody was assisting him.
1-8.
18340.
1-8-3-4-0. Okay. I think we're going to get it. Well, yeah, we're there now. Sorry, my deepest apology, Your Ladyship.
No, there's nothing wrong. Thank you.
thank you.
Yes, Council.
All right. So you'll see there that let me just find you paragraph 25.
Okay, a close reading. Okay.
Exactly. Now, I'm just going to read you this paragraph and then I want to take you somewhere else. So this paragraph says, a close reading of the Act amply shows that the users cannot be transferred to a facility other than one designated to provide the healthcare services. This is Dr. Lebete's affidavit. A contention also without evidence that the users will be sent to facilities which do not provide the level of services required by the users is without foundation. Okay, you see that paragraph?
Okay.
Okay. Now, I accept that you haven't confirmed that through an affidavit, but in the arbitration before Justice Moseneke, if we now go to page 27789, are you able to go there? Or we will. Okay, 27789, and if you look at line 14,
we see 5.
Yes, they're putting it up on the screen for you. So you see where it says Dr. Bani Selebano. Thank you,
Yes,
Council.
was okay. We can see it here. Why did you see fit? Is that where you want me to check?
No, I'm looking at, if you look at your screen, Ms. Stevenson has displayed the document and it says Dr. Bani Selebano. It's got Adila Hassam at the top. We spoke about the June 2015 letter.
Line 14.
Okay, yeah, yes, I can see.
See that? Okay, I'll read it to you. It says, thank you, Council. So what's happened, if you're able to look higher up, what you see is that this is where Justice Moseneke takes you through, you're given an opportunity to look at this affidavit. And then Advocate Hassam starts asking you some questions. And then at line 14, you say, thank you, Council. Justice, interestingly, as I was reading through the affidavit, exactly what Council asked are those things that I marked. You know, I marked, you can call the gentleman to come and see. I marked number 25, I marked 27, I marked 35, and I did on 39. I think there is only one I didn't pick up, and 43 I also marked, and also 45. When I read this, I realized how we did everything wrong. Just when I read this, and I marked exactly, you can come, anybody to come and see, I marked exactly. And Justice Moseneke says he believes you. So what had happened before this is Advocate Hassam took you to all of those paragraphs of the affidavit. And your take on that was that by reading that, you realized how you had done everything wrong. I understand that you haven't read the affidavit again now, but you scanned it yesterday. Do you have any comment on that, on what you said, that when you read all of these things in the affidavit, and let me be clear, the affidavit that you were taken to was part of the December 2015 litigation. So it's the founding affidavit that sets out all of the different things that SADC said was problematic. And you're saying when you read all of that, you see how you did everything wrong. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, if it's here, then I must have said that. I must have said that.
And do you still feel that way about the actions taken by the department preceding the 2015
I've not gone to 25, 27, but
I
also
understand that.
let's contextualize it, Council. This is almost November, December 2017. The events have happened. So when you just synthesize when the events have happened, then, like I'm saying, I'm not denying that I said this, but we must also be cognizant of the time now.
No, I accept.
The time is 2017, and I'm just seeing this, and I became honest about it. I said, based on now that what I've heard, what I know, these are things that happened, and therefore we're wrong. That's the context of it. Yes,
Yeah,
I said that.
No, I accept the timing. You say you became honest about it, Dr. Selebano. I hope that you're honest
Just a second, if I may. Let me understand your response, Doctor. What do you mean by this? Are you saying, do you still stick to what you said, or would you want to change it? Things would have been different because of the lapse of time. If I may understand, can you clarify the question?
I was saying the affidavit is
Yes.
2015. The arbitration is 2017.
Correct.
In between, a lot of things have happened.
Between 2015 and 2017. Yes.
And at that time, I'm even out of the system. I'm on suspension. So when I'm sure these things, I synthesize them in relation to what the media has been saying, what everything has been saying, and therefore I said those things.
Okay.
With that type of information at that time.
Okay, a follow-up question. What would be your take today if you were asked the same thing and now you are being shown the very same affidavit? What would you say in response to the very same question that you were asked to comment on those allegations that are in that affidavit?
I can quickly, I've not read the 25, whatever that meant. I can quickly read them and I'll honestly say whether I still agree with what I said at that time or not. But most probably, I would probably agree. You know, when there's been a loss of life, dilly-dallying doesn't really help. It's not being honest about it. Probably, I would still agree, but I have not as yet now read those things that I said I've cycled. I've not done it now. I've never done it ever.
Do you want an opportunity to look at that affidavit as I had indicated? Because I see where it's now 13 minutes before 1 o'clock. We can give you that opportunity and then we continue with the evidence at 2 o'clock. Will that be fine with you, Doctor?
Yes, I'll read the ones that 25. I'll write them down, 25.
My lady, can I assist?
Yes, you may. You may.
So, Dr. Silvano, if it is, I wasn't sure if I was clear earlier on, it's the affidavit of Dr. Lebete.
All right.
And the page for you to look at in case lines is firstly at 1834. That's paragraph 25.
If he wants to look at the whole affidavit, he can start there. Sure. The whole affidavit starts from, as I indicated, my memories, if it still serves me well, it was 18333.
Correct.
18333.
Yes. So you read that. Yes. On that note, I'm going to adjourn these proceedings so that we can take the lunch adjournment and then we resume at 2 o'clock. I think that will give you that opportunity. Remember the oath that you have taken, you have been warned. And surely you must stick to that oath.
I'll stick to the oath.
Thank you very much. The court will take a lunch adjournment. Yes, Mr.
I'm sorry. I understood Ms. Nasreen Badlander was, sorry, Ms. Raja Badlander was about to indicate to Dr. Selebano which paragraphs he should specifically look at and only refer to paragraph 25. I would submit that it could save time, even if he's going to read the whole affidavit. It would assist if he
Okay,
knows.
she
which
can
one.
do that, but I just wanted him to read the whole affidavit
Yes.
to get a proper context so that we shouldn't come back and he says, I didn't read what, I didn't read what. She can just highlight the paragraphs that she wants him to concentrate on, but I would prefer that he reads the whole affidavit.
Yes.
Yes, you can do that.
As you please, my lady.
Yeah, sure, my lady. So the page is case lines page 27789. 27789.
7789.
And this is the transcript of the.
I think he's looking for a pen. Do you have a pen with you or?
Yeah.
27789.
27789.
And there is a paragraph towards the bottom of the page where you refer to certain paragraphs of the answering affidavit of Dr. Lebete.
Okay.
But I would suggest that you do read the entire affidavit so that you.
Fair. I'll do that.
You can also look at those paragraphs that you are talking about there.
I'll look
Okay.
at them.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. The court will take a lunch adjournment. Thank you.
Okay.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
The court, please.
Thank you, my lady.
I don't see the witness.
I'm here.
Okay. Thank you. The witness is reminded that he's still under oath.
Okay.
You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Celebano, thank you for continuing. Now, I take it that during the lunch break, you had an opportunity to look at Dr. Lebete's answering affidavit in the 2015 litigation.
Okay.
You did?
I did.
Good. So just to take you back and give you the context, this litigation in 2015, December 2015, comes after the April letter that we looked at from the clinical heads that raised concerns, and then also after the June 2015 letter from SASOP. And it also came after a series of engagements between SADC and the department. Is that correct? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then the department would have received a letter of demand from SADC, which then culminated in this litigation. Now, let's have a look. I'm glad you read the whole affidavit, so you've got the context of what it was about. And you'll remember that this was an application to have a curator appointed to interdict the transfer of mental health care patients and then have a curator appointed for them. Now, I just want to go to a few of those paragraphs. So let's have a look at paragraph 25.
Is it the same where in the...
Yes,
the affidavit.
In the same
affidavit.
Yes, it's at page 18340. Just
18. Let's do it because I was set with a different
18340.
Okay.
Okay, you
right,
see that?
Yes. Okay.
All right, so I'll just read that. Paragraph 25 says, a close reading of the Act amply shows that the users cannot be transferred to a facility other than one designated to provide the health care services. A contention also without evidence, so a contention by the applicant, SADC, without evidence, that the users will be sent to facilities which do not provide the level of service required by the users is without foundation. You see that?
Yes.
So just to make sure we're on the same page. So what he's saying is there's no evidence supporting the allegation that users will be sent to facilities which do not provide the level of service that they require. Do we understand that to mean the same thing? Okay. And with what you know now, do you believe that paragraph to be correct?
I don't know my state of mind then, but here the clients, the users were going to be sent to Takalani, so they were correct in saying that Takalani was the right place. That was where they were going.
Am I understanding you correctly? You're saying Takalani was the right place to send them because they would get the right level of service service that's required,
Correct.
The right level of care.
Correct, because they had been doing that before. Correct.
I see. And now, knowing what you know about what happened to Takalani, do you still think that that's correct?
Well, I don't know what happened to Takalani, but I think it would still be correct. It's still there in Soweto.
All right. Well, I'll tell you. First of all, the affidavit doesn't just, and the relief doesn't just relate to Takalani. It was generally about the transfer. This is that was a 2016 case, you'll recall. We're now in the 2015 case. So we're going to go through it step by step. This is the 2015 litigation. You read the answering affidavit. It was for the appointment of a curator and to stop the transfer of mental health care patients in general, not just to Takalani.
It says discharge.
Well, we can debate language.
No, there's a difference. No, there's a difference. Discharge and transfer.
Yes, that happened in the 2016 litigation.
Oh, okay.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. Don't worry. Let's just go slowly here. This is the December 2015 litigation.
Okay.
Okay. You read the answering affidavit.
Yes, I read it.
Okay. Now, this is not about Takalani. You've referred to Takalani and you've said you thought that if mental health care patients were transferred to Takalani, that would be a good decision. Did I understand you correctly?
Well, it doesn't say where they were being sent. That's why I said Takalani.
No, I'm just going back to what you said. You said Takalani.
Yes,
and you said Takalani was a good place to send people.
Yes, Life Esidimeni had been sending patients to Takalani.
And I asked you, with what you know now, in 2022, as you sit here, do you still think that that was a good place to send people?
I don't know anything that adverse about Takalani, so I can't.
Well, that's fine. I'll tell you and I'll take you through it in due course. But approximately 15 people died at Takalani after March 2016. But we'll come to that in due course. Now, keep going down that page. You'll see paragraph 2017. 27.
Right.
Okay. My lady, I think Mr. Watt Pringle wants to say something.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I was on case line. I didn't notice that. Please indicate if you want to say something to me. Thank you.
Yes, my lady.
You may proceed.
Lady, thank you, my lady. My learned friend just said 15 people died at Takalani. That's rather a throwaway line. Does my learned friend suggest anything
Can the
about
witness step aside, please? Yes.
Is the suggestion that all of those who died at Takalani died as a result of circumstances there? And if so, has my learned friend laid any kind of basis for that? Because otherwise, it's just a statement that a particular number of mental health care users passed away, which does happen. We know that happens.
Yes,
So,
I hear you, but you will correct me, Ms. Bandelenda. I understood you to be saying that this affidavit, according to you, relates to the 2015 litigation, and Takalani came through somewhere in 2016, and you said you were going to revisit the issue at a later stage, as I understand you, because as I understood from this came about by the witness. So
Yes.
that's how I understood. That is why it doesn't bother me for now.
well, my lady, let me just contextualize the proposition that was put by my learned friend. My learned friend asked Dr. Silabano whether he now had any issues with Takalani. And he said, well, he didn't know. In other words, he doesn't know about the conditions in
Correct.
Takalani.
Yes.
So she said, well, 15 people died there. Now, that is
Yes.
a highly pregnant statement that suggests that people died there as a result of conditions at Takalani. And I'm just
Yes.
asking whether that has
Yes.
been established anywhere, that my learned friends laid any kind of basis for
Yes.
that, or whether it's just a statistic which sounds impressive unless dissected properly.
Okay, I understand you. That is why I'm saying I'm not worried about that for now, because I thought she said now she's still dealing with the affidavit itself. So maybe she has to deal with the issue because it's not yet canvassed, according to me, but not at this stage, as I understood him.
But my lady, it's a rejoinder to the witness's answer.
Okay, maybe she can deal with it now, but I thought it's something that she could deal with at a later stage. It's fine.
No,
but
she can deal with it.
No, it's fine. I
Sorry,
would
Mlady.
still have come back to it because I've put a question mark on my notes.
No, she can deal with it whenever she wants to. But if what my learned friend is implying to the witness is that his answer is extremely questionable because 15 people died, well then it's the statistics which takes matters nowhere.
Okay, that's fine.
If it's not her case that they all died as a result of conditions, then the proposition needs to be properly put. Then she can go to the detail when she wants
that's fine.
to.
I'll ask her to deal with it at a later stage. If you can just finish this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. I think the objection's a little premature. As I said, I intend to come to that, and I was only dealing with the people that died between March 2016 and January the following year. So I will certainly come to that, and there will be a proper basis later.
Thank you. Yes, you may proceed. Where is the witness?
Back, Your Honor.
Thank you, my lady. May I proceed? Thank you, Dr. Silabano. So when we left off, we were looking at paragraph 27 of the affidavit. You see that?
Yes.
All right. Now, paragraph 27 says, the duty placed on persons, bodies, or institutions who provide healthcare services is to put priority to what is in the best interests of the mental health care user. The right to respect human dignity and privacy of the user must be there at all times. There is no suggestion, with supporting evidence, that those users who stand to be discharged will be so discharged in violation of their right to respect human dignity and privacy. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
I'm going to take you through the paragraphs that you referred to when you talked to Justice Moseneke, and then I'll give you an opportunity to deal with all of them. But if at any point you want to make a comment as I take you through a paragraph, please just let us know. Okay?
Okay.
Right.
So
now,
should we go there or what?
Well, I want you to be looking at the affidavit as we go through it. Have you got it in front of you?
Yes, I can see the duty placed on persons or institutions who provide healthcare. I can.
So we're looking. That is page 18340.
Yes.
Okay, we looked at paragraph 25. Now we looked at 27. And the paragraphs I'm taking you to are the ones you recall before the lunch adjournment. I took you to a transcript of Justice Moseneke, and you said to him that there were certain paragraphs in this affidavit that you highlighted.
I highlighted, yes.
Okay, so we're going through just those. Okay.
Okay. Fair.
All right. Then we go to keep scrolling down.
Why don't we finish with number 27?
I read you all of paragraph 27. Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, and up to where the right to respect human dignity and privacy of the users must be there at all times, full stop. I agree with that 100%.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Does that mean you don't agree with the rest of the paragraph? I'll read it to you again.
No, remember here, I think I'm not too sure because my screen doesn't show me. It was a response. So I'm looking at what was, yes. Okay, you explain to me.
Okay, let me just take you. Let's go slowly. This is not a response. What we're looking at is the answering affidavit. Okay. So this is the answering affidavit. This is the application in December 2015.
Well, it is a response correct to the allegations in the founding affidavit of the application by SADC. Correct, yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood. I thought Dr. Silabano was referring to an add paragraph kind of response.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay. So I want to be absolutely clear, Dr. Silabano, that we know what we're talking about. This is the application. It was a temporary interdict that was being sought for the appointment for a temporary interdict of the discharge of mental health care patients until a curator could be appointed. Okay, so it wasn't about trying to stop anything forever. It was a temporary interdict for a curator to be appointed. Okay, good. And this is Dr. Lebete's answering affidavit. All right, so in paragraph 27, Dr. Lebete says that there are these duties on institutions and bodies that provide healthcare services, and they have to put the best interests of mental health care users as a priority. You agree with that?
I agree with that. That's why I said I agree.
Good. And then it says the right to respect human dignity, privacy of the user must be there at all times. You agree with that?
I agree. I agree.
Good. And then it says there is no suggestion, and I think what is meant, there is no suggestion in the founding affidavit, in SADC's case, basically. Mm-hmm. There is no suggestion with supporting evidence that those users who stand to be discharged will be so discharged in violation of their right to respect human dignity and privacy. Want to respond to that?
It's a difficult one because with the supporting evidence, I didn't go to the previous, the SADC, what is it called?
Affidavit.
Yes, I didn't read the affidavit, but that is why I looked at this and I said, yes, the right to respect human dignity. So okay. I'm saying this is right.
I accept that.
Yeah.
Right, let's keep moving down to the next paragraph that you said you had highlighted.
Okay.
and that is paragraph 35.
35. I read it also.
Okay, it's under heading facilitation process.
Okay.
It says to facilitate the discharge of or transfer of the users come 31 March 2016, the department has established a project team comprising of high-level placed individuals from Policy, Research and Planning Unit, Mental Health Services, Acting Deputy Director General, Chief Director, and other related services. You would agree with that?
That's true, yes. In fact, I can even add on top of that that there were psychiatrists who were inside.
And there were psychiatrists.
Yes.
Good. Now look at paragraph 36,
okay.
The planning unit. You see it? The planning unit is still collating and setting up a project plan for the discharge and transfer of users from the facilities provided by the third respondent. Okay, that's Life Esidimeni. And then
let me integrate it, translation from
Life
respondent. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so they're saying the planning unit is still working and collating and setting up a project plan. Okay.
For the discharge. Okay.
Yes. Now go down to the next paragraph that you highlighted, which was 39.
Okay.
There you say, I'm confident that on or before 31 March 2016, there will be designated facilities to accommodate the users discharged from the third respondent. There are ongoing discussions with existing NGOs to increase their capacity, as well as new NGOs to provide additional beds. With the planned renovations of state facilities, I am confident that there will be sufficient designated facilities to provide the required level of care to users who will be transferred to them. You want to comment on that?
That's why I'm saying I don't know what was my state of mind. This is exactly what was going on. There were discussions, like we said, third respondent LE, there were ongoing discussions with NGOs. That's the report we had to increase their capacity. I don't know why I said wrong. I don't know my state of mind at that time. So I agree with this.
So just I'm confused. Your state of mind when?
When I was, remember, the reason why you're asking this is because at the arbitration, I was asked and I said, we got it wrong. So I thought you were asking me in relation to the wrong part that I said, we got it wrong.
Okay, yes. let's just finish these paragraphs and then I'll ask you a question about that. Okay. All right, so I want you now to look at paragraph 43. Sorry, not 43, 45.
And 43 was also included.
Was it included? I missed that. Okay, 43 says, I deny that the third respondent's facilities offers tertiary healthcare services.
Oh, okay.
You have a response to that?
Which is, are we 43?
43?
Oh, no, as far as I know, I don't know why I said Life Esidimeni doesn't offer tertiary healthcare services.
Just for the court's record, what are tertiary healthcare services?
I can only give you an example. They offer at a broader scale. It's going to be difficult to only stick to psychiatry. I can tell you what an academic, a tertiary, and what that can do, and those that cannot do. Let's take it. If there's a mother who, I'm just picking up an example in my head, who has to deliver and cannot do it in a clinic or a district hospital due to what maybe the mother has a heart problem, would prefer a tertiary or an academic hospital. I'm just making a distinction here in terms of the level of service.
So these are the services that can only be offered at a tertiary hospital.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying
like yesterday you have given us examples of tertiary and academic hospitals.
Yes.
And you spoke about Helen Joseph as one of the tertiary hospitals.
And
yes, and
Kalafo.
Kalafo, yes.
The three only in the province are tertiary services.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So you can't define this. You can't define it. This tertiary health services. What kind of services are these ones? I hear you're giving us an example, but can they be defined? Obviously, they should be defined somewhere for them to be distinct from, to be distinguished from the academic services. Because if once you have an academic hospital, from your explanation, it will mean that that academic hospital offers academic services. In other words, also has facilities for training students, as you indicated.
Even we can train students in tertiary institutions.
Yes, maybe if you can just, that's why we want to understand this term.
Yeah, you know, okay, let's start. Academic, you would have certain offerings. For instance, radiation oncology. You would have where radiation oncology is cancer treatments.
Correct.
Where you would not find them in tertiary institution. The little that you could find at a tertiary institution would be probably a small part of medical oncology or surgical oncology at all at tertiary. It can only be done at academic. So it's an offering, it's the offering that it's certain different, but at a district hospital is the bare minimum. That is not there in a clinic. But they can deliver, they can do scissors, they can do the basics. That's at the district now.
So a district hospital, can't it also offer tertiary services?
No. They wouldn't.
So even these hospitals, from your understanding, from what you're explaining, our understanding should be that these hospitals, there are those that would offer tertiary services, others academic services, but those hospitals are not district hospitals.
They are not, yes. In this instance, tertiary here would at mental health, would we want to put in now Sterkfontein, Tara, and Vescopis? Those would be at a tertiary level.
Oh, but all those facilities of Life Esidimeni do not offer tertiary services. Did not do that.
I'm not aware of them doing that. No. I can be.
So just before we conclude it, when we talk about this tertiary health services, just for one to see if one understands you, we're not talking about mental health, isn't it?
No. Services, it means the platform, the whole platform itself.
Okay, thank you. Can we then proceed, Councillor?
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Silabano, paragraph 45.
45.
Paragraph 45 was the last one that you highlighted in front of Justice Moseneke. And you say here, Dr. Lebete says here, again, the applicants make bold allegations without any supporting evidence. To say that the plan to discharge or transfer users, quote, poses a serious threat to the health and safety of the users, unquote, is irresponsible. I'm unable. Okay, let's stop there.
Yes.
I'll ask you again. So here, Dr. Lebete is saying that the applicants were wrong, were irresponsible to say that the discharge or transfer of users poses a serious threat to the health and safety of the users. Where you sit now in 2022, do you agree with that statement?
The discharge of patients is not done firstly by the department. It is the hospital that makes that determination. In this instance, it was LE then. I was giving a general picture. The LE said these patients can be discharged. The question might be to where, but they can be discharged. So I didn't know if the team of doctors and social workers have agreed to discharge the patient, then it poses a serious threat to the health of that patient. I don't know how can I reconcile that.
Dr. Sedabano, let me be more specific. I'm not asking you about the discharge. I'm saying, if you look at this statement, to say that a plan to discharge or transfer users, quote, poses a serious threat to the health and safety of the users is irresponsible. So Dr. Lebete is saying here, when SADC says that it is irresponsible to, I'm not going to use these, to move mental health care patients in these circumstances of this litigation. So we know it's not talking in general, it's talking about the move of mental health care patients from a Life Esidimeni facility to NGOs.
Answer.
Let me finish the question.
Okay.
I'm asking you now today as you sit here. I understand this is not your affidavit, and I understand that you said that you weren't around. We'll come back to that. The question is it irresponsible to say that that kind of move of mental health care patients that we now know happened poses a serious threat to the health and safety of the users? That's the question.
But I read it as to say that the plan to discharge, that's where I want to come from. Okay. The discharge is not done. It's done by the multidisciplinary team. So I don't know, I can't account for the word irresponsible in this.
You can't? I
can't account for the word irresponsible. Maybe they should have been more polite in language.
It's about Selebano, I think you're being evasive.
No.
Answer my question. Answer my question. Perhaps I'm not explaining it properly. You say there's a statement from the applicant that says that the plan to discharge, I accept what you just said about the plan to discharge or transfer. So it's discharge or transfer patient users poses a serious threat to the health and safety of the users. And a statement like that is irresponsible. You accuse Dr. Lebete, on behalf of the department, accused SADC of being irresponsible in saying that this plan was going to be a serious threat to the health and safety of users. Do you have a comment on that today as you sit here now? Is that correct? Is it wrong?
I hear you, Council. I understand where you come from. That's why I'm saying perhaps when talking, we should avoid words like irresponsible, because you are casting aspersion on the other person. They were genuine. As far as I'm concerned, they were genuine. If you had a different point of view, you have, but you can't say that.
What was genuine?
I mean, when the SADC and other respondents or applicants, when they went to court to have an issue,
so you're saying
that genuine, and we must treat them in that manner, not say use words like irresponsible. That's my feeling. That's my feeling. You're making things difficult for discussions.
Okay, and you understand, Dr. Sebano, that it's not my word, irresponsible.
No.
It is the word that is in the affidavit, in the founding affidavit, and in the answering affidavit. You understand that?
Yes, I hear you. I hear you very well.
I think the witness has answered. If we can move on.
Happy to move on, my lady.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Selvano, one more question on this litigation. I just want to get your evidence correct. Am I correct that you said that you didn't sign this confirmatory affidavit because you weren't around?
Yes, I was not around. I don't recall signing that, unless you can show me somewhere I've signed.
No, I don't have a signed confirmatory. That's fine. I just want to make sure that I'm getting your evidence correct. It's important that we get it correct. And then, does that mean you had nothing to do with the litigation? Were you involved in the litigation?
Okay, no. I think I came back. Let me explain. I came back, and I think I've said it before. Then I was in discussion, continuous discussion, particularly relating to the litigation with the DG of Health and Mark Haywood of SADC. And I'm saying it again, Yoli. I went even to their offices at Braamfontein. We spoke at length on a number of issues, and we agreed, myself and him, that I will tell the DG that maybe issues should not be decided by the courts. We have a common understanding here. These patients, that's why before I said we should not use words like irresponsible, because then people get upset when you try and talk to them. So I said, why don't we agree?
That was the discussion between yourself and who?
And Mark Haywood of Section 27.
So the DG of
Section. And the DG of
Section 27.
No. DG of National Department of Health.
Or the DG.
The Director General, yes.
And it was who?
Myself and Matsoso.
No, this DG was who?
Precious Matsoso.
Precious?
Matsoso. That's right.
All right, thank you. Proceed.
And Mark. So we then agreed that.
And Mark.
Mark Haywood of Section 27. But the bigger discussion said a face-to-face was with Mark, face-to-face.
Okay.
And then we said, let's take this thing out of the courts. We have a common interest here. We care about the patient. If we do, let's take it out of the courts. I then went to my colleagues and said, we are not going on with the courts. I think I told the MEC, I most probably want to believe that she said, it's your decision, but you do it. It's the right thing probably to do. I cannot, if she says no, she never said that. I want to put it hard. That's when we agreed on, what is it called, a settlement, which we would say would agree on it. An out of court settlement. That is when we agreed on that. So I was there, if I answer your question, where you were, I was there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Continue.
Yes, I just wanted to be clear that you were involved, you were aware of what the litigation was about, because you have given evidence that you did try and say to Section 27, let's try and resolve this out of court, as you've just given evidence.
Then we did, yes.
Okay, we'll come to that in a minute. Now, I want you, just before we finish off with the answering affidavit, I want you to go to page 27790. 27790. Okay. Look at the top of the page. It's you talking. It's still, you can see it, to Justice Moseneke. And in response to questions by Advocate Hassan. You say, I just said in my heart, counsel is going to say, what is this? Now, just to contextualize this comes after the paragraph where you said you'd highlighted all of those paragraphs. Okay. So you say, I just said in my heart, counsel is going to say, what is this? And I'm saying now, I know exactly I know exactly how we did things wrong, very wrong, by not heeding to advice, by not listening to other people. I mean, there is somewhere where I read again where it says you've got no responsibility to do this, stakeholders and all that. And I read and I said, what are we doing here? What were we doing here? What were we doing here? I'm not in quarrel with what you said. I'm just astounded that exactly what you are asking me is what I said. We did things the wrong way, terribly wrong. We should have listened to other people. You recall saying that?
Yes, 2017, yes.
Okay, so you accept then that as HOD, head of this department, that you should have paid more attention to the various people telling you that the plan was not working and that there were serious problems with it.
No, I'm not accepting that. That's not
again,
to say
I didn't pick that up. Just a second. Yes.
It's just not to say that.
You're saying?
I'm saying no, I don't accept the assertion made by a counsel. No.
So, so when you said to Justice Moseneke, we did things the wrong way, terribly wrong, we should have listened to other people, were you not telling him the truth then?
2017, that's the information that I was dealing with at that time. Now you are asking me now, when I look at everything, how discussions were going on, I wouldn't really go as far as saying, if you were to ask me the same questions now, I wouldn't use those words like wrong, didn't listen, all that. I'll be more specific and directed.
Dr. Silabano, the information that you had when you made this comment to to Justice Moseneke is this affidavit that we've just been through. You'd already been through in the sequence the April letter that we went through this morning, the June letter from SASOP, from the clinical heads. With all of that, you were saying we did things the wrong way, terribly wrong. And are you telling this court now that you think that you did not do things wrong as a department, as you as HOD?
Counsel, the affidavit is 2015 and the discussion you are referring to is 2017.
Correct, yes.
2017, like it happened yesterday, your honor was my lady was really saying, please give him a chance to read. If you see somewhere, I just scanned through exactly what I was given an hour to go through that. I was given that moment to check. At that time, I became human. I said, perhaps, you know, things could have gone differently, we were wrong. But I had no information that I now have, Your Lady. I started with this process and I've gone through and I say, yes, maybe things could have gone this way and that way. For instance, people move from A to B. I always thought people passed away while moving from A to B. I heard in this inquest that no one passed away from Life Esidimeni to the NGOs. I didn't know.
I think I'm not following your answer. I'm getting lost.
Okay, maybe ask the different way.
If you can just rephrase so that we can understand his answer. I got lost, I must say.
Well, Dr. Silabano, I'm deeply concerned by your answer, because if I understand you correctly, and I'll ask you the question again, but I want to tell you why I'm concerned. Concerned because the effect of what you're saying to the court is that in 2017, which is a year and a half, 2 years after you were dealing with the 2015 plan and the letters that we went through this morning. So it's a short time after that. In 2017, you said we should have listened to other people. That's as part of the arbitration process where a lot of evidence was led. And I don't know whether you were there for all of it, so I'm not going to say anything about that. But you're now telling us that in 2022, when much more time has passed, you're further away from the events, and now you think you did nothing wrong. But at the time, you thought you did something wrong. So what I want to ask you is this. When you spoke to Justice Moseneke, when he took you through that affidavit by Dr. Lebete, when Adila Hassan asked you questions in the arbitration, all of which we've been through this morning, you said we did things the wrong way. We should have listened to other people. Was that correct?
Yes, I said that. And I agree. I said that. But I was saying that in the context of what I was reading at that time. But now you ask me now, I say I have some more information which modifies some of the answers that I would have given at that time. And I gave you an example. I said, for instance, I thought at that time, people had passed away while moving from Life Esidimeni to NGOs. I now know that that didn't happen. You see, that modifies your thinking now.
That didn't happen. What distinguishes whatever has happened at that time, right? And in the arbitration and in this inquest. This is now 2022. What distinguishes what happened during the planning in 2015, whatever came thereafter with regard to the movements, then the ombuds, then the arbitration, now the inquest, if you can, so that we can follow you.
The information that I've gathered in the inquest from the date started until now is completely enhanced, if I may use that word. I don't know what better word to use.
Which is?
That's why I gave an example of how the modification happens. And I said, I always thought, am I not letting?
Yes, continue. How the modification happened.
Yes, that's when the modification happens, that I'm using information that is at that time what it was. But after going through the inquest, I know that certain things were different from what I thought they were. That's when I gave an example, Your Honor. I said, for instance, I thought that people had passed away even on transit to NGOs. That was my thoughts that time. Now I know that didn't happen. That does not in any way downplays other adverse events that happens. I'm just illustrating the thought processes and more knowledge of the events.
Well, Dr. Silabano, I will address some of this in argument, but what I want to put to you is this. If you say that what you've been sitting and listening to for the last year, from whenever this inquest started, July last year, all of the evidence that you've listened to shows you that actually somehow things were better than what you thought they were at the arbitration. Am I understanding you correctly?
No.
They were wrong? Let me understand. Just let me finish.
If I understand him, I don't know, maybe he will correct me. Are you saying, according to you, from what you heard in the inquest, what you thought happened from the information that was there at the time of the arbitration, right?
Yes.
Didn't happen the way it happened as you now see the information or hear the information in the inquest?
You have put it.
That's how I understand
yes,
him.
That's what I meant. That's what I.
In other words, he says, as at the time of the arbitration and the information at his disposal, he thought things happened that way. That is why he made those concessions to say he was wrong or they were wrong, the department was wrong, they should have listened to other people. But now as things stand, after he has been sitting in this inquest, that information that thought it was there at the time, according to him, things turned out to be different. I don't know what he means. He's the one who knows.
Different,
Yes.
At least different. Not necessarily, I'm not saying adverse events didn't occur, I'm saying different.
Correct, yes.
Thank you, my lady. I'm indebted to you. So other than, well, let me start. You said one thing that was different was you thought that people had died in transit.
Yes.
I'm not sure where you got that because the Ombuds report, did you see the Ombuds report when it came out?
Well, it was, the Ombuds never sent the report to me. I know he never sent it to me.
But it was publicly
But did you
available.
ever see it? That is the question.
I saw it, yes, I saw it.
Okay.
Okay, so the Ombuds report, for example, doesn't mention anything about people dying in transit, and that was 2017. But be that as it may, what specifically did not happen that you thought? Is it only the transit issue? Are there other things? What changes your mind from where you were in 2017 with Justice Moseneke to now?
Okay. Yeah, I gave you an example. The first one was on, in fact, I always thought that if all the patients who were sent to NGOs, all of them passed away in NGOs. Then later during this process, it emerges that actually some passed away in most of our hospitals. That's one of them again.
Anything else?
Well, there were reports that said people were tortured, were starved to death and all that. In fact, that was the most hurtful thing to hear. But so far, until we've gone through this process, no one ever said that patients were tortured, were starved to death or something like that. I always thought that is a possibility, as it has been said that the Ombuds has said that.
Dr. Silabano, I'm not going to argue with you, but I will just put to you that there's been a lot of evidence led before this inquiry, this inquest, about how emaciated patients were before death. So there's been a lot of evidence led around food and what was and wasn't given to patients. But we're not going to get into that now. I'll leave that for argument. But thank you for sharing with me what you think has changed since you told Dr. Justice Moseneke that the department and you had done things wrong. Now, at the end of we were at the 2015 litigation. You then entered into, or the parties entered into a settlement agreement. You recall that?
Yes.
And you've told us today that you were very supportive of an out-of-court settlement.
Yes.
Okay. Now the settlement agreement is at page 18491.
Page
18491. 18491. You'll tell me when you're there.
We're there.
All right. You were taken through this by your counsel, Mr. Watt-Pringle.
Yes.
I'm not going to read it all out, but just to summarize, this is the agreement. You agreed that you would engage in consultations aimed at resolving the dispute between the parties.
Yes.
And if you look at the following page, paragraph 4, are you there?
For avoidance of doubt.
That's correct. For avoidance of doubt, the Gauteng Department of Health shall maintain the status quo by not placing users from Life Esidimeni facilities in any other facility pending the conclusion of settlement discussions. You recall that?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you keep paging down to the following page, you see that the agreement is signed by yourself.
Yes.
On the 22nd of December,
Yes.
2015.
22nd, yes.
Okay. Now, following the settlement agreement, there were a series of meetings between the parties, and SADC requested at those meetings a series of documents and information. Do you recall that? And the information related to the planned transfer of mental health care users.
Let me put it this way. I had instructed, and in the presence of SADC, I said, you need to sit down and you, my colleagues, share everything that we have with SADC. And so that we now, if you look at, just go up there, and I want to emphasize this one, my lady, just the first part. I want to emphasize that what is currently placed that are paramount and that the rights of these users are of common concern to all parties involved. I said, if we are saying this, then we must all share the information. And they had been meeting before, and I took it that they will be meeting throughout to come up with an agreement.
Well, there were meetings, and there are minutes of those meetings and the records. You were present at some of those.
In some of the meetings could have been in January, probably, yes.
Yes, and February.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, you told us yesterday that despite that engagement, which we'll come back to, that you reached an impasse. You recall that?
Yes, I said there was an impasse by the look of things. That's why things went to court again.
And what did you mean by an impasse? What was the impasse?
An impasse is when two parties are negotiating and they can't reach an agreement on any matter. That becomes an impasse.
All right. Let's have a look at page 18450. Now, this document is the founding. You've got it?
Yes, 18450. Yes.
Sorry, give me a minute. I'll just take you to the first page of that document. It's the document starts at page 18446, and it is a founding affidavit of Cassandra Chambers.
Okay.
And this is the founding affidavit in the 2016 litigation. Okay.
April, I think it was April, somewhere there.
Now, go to paragraph 11. In paragraph 11, which is at page 18450, Ms. Chambers sets out in detail.
11, okay.
Paragraph 11. We're going to start at paragraph 11. And what she does here is she sets out why they have come to court. And she says, as I set out in detail below, the consultation between the parties is underway. Okay, so the consultation in terms of the settlement agreement is underway. The applicants contend, however, that the respondents, that's the department, are in breach of their obligations to consult meaningfully with the applicants. In particular, 11.1, despite undertaking to do so on several occasions, the department has failed to provide information requested by the applicants, which information is critical to meaningful consultation. And 2, although we have attended regular meetings with the department, we have not been advised of the process of assessing users to identify their needs, nor are we aware of how the department is assessing NGOs as to their capacity to accommodate users' needs, or what is being done to develop this capacity. In paragraph 12, she says, the information requested by and which has never been provided to the applicants is basic information that should be within the knowledge of the department in undertaking a project of the scope of the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract. The department's inability to provide such information and inconsistency in its reporting at meetings with the applicants makes it clear that the department is far from having developed a reasonable plan. Okay, let's stop there for a second. So what you described as an impasse, Ms. Chambers describes as a failure by the department to comply with their obligations under the settlement agreement. And she says, yes, there were meetings, but when they requested basic information, the department did not provide them. So do you want to respond to that?
No, that's how she interacted with the colleagues. I can't say anything.
Okay. Do you know anything about the department's failure to give the information as part of this consultation process?
As far as I know is that they deadlocked. There was an impasse. As to what were the nitty-gritty issues, I don't know.
Okay. And then in paragraph 13, she says the applicants therefore seek to interdict the discharge and or placement by the respondents of users at the Life Esidimeni facilities at Takalani, pending a process that ensures that the rights and best interests of these users are protected. Okay, so this is when you were talking earlier about Takalani, this is the litigation that deals with Takalani. So the interdict here in 2016 is because the parties were trying to come to some kind of an agreement, and SADC went to court saying the department is not giving them agreement and has breached the settlement agreement. Okay. And so they're interdicting. They then heard that patients were going to be transferred or discharged. We can deal with the language later, but patients were going to be moved to Takalani. And that is what led to this litigation. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Now, you signed that settlement agreement, Dr. Selebano.
That's correct.
Did you not need to ensure that the settlement agreement was being complied with from the department side if you signed that personally?
Well, Council, you are making an assumption that it was not complied. For instance, I can ask, wouldn't it have helped that SADC goes to the how can I call McKaywood, because they send McKaywood so that we can talk and then we can have an agreement. They could have still gone to Mark and say, Mark, your guys are not doing what we have agreed upon. They never did that. So I was under the impression that everything is fine until the court proceedings.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you there, Dr. Selebano, and I'll give you an opportunity to respond. Mark Hayward was, I think, at the time a director of Section 27.
That's right.
He was acting on behalf of SADC.
Yes.
Not on behalf of the department.
No, yes. Did I say that? No.
Well, I think there's yeah, I think it wasn't clear. But in any event, if your suggestion is that SADC was not trying to engage with the department before going to court, am I understanding you correctly? Is that what you're saying? They should have done something else.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I would have expected, and I want to say it again, Your Ladyship, because I explained how we got into an agreement. It was between myself and Mark Haywood and the DG. So I would have, and then he said, SADC will sign, then you will sign for the department. We agreed on that. So if my colleagues were failing to live to the expectation, I would have expected at least SADC to go to the Aguranta, who was Mark Haywood, to say, we have signed, these guys are not honest with us. I would have expected then Mark to call me and say, he had my number, you guys are dishonest. I would have intervened at that time. So all I knew was that we're now going to court around April or so. Okay, well, let's look at this. First of all, the settlement agreement was between you on behalf of the department and Cassie Chambers of SADC, not between you and Mark Hayward. So let's look at page 18564. One 18564. See that? Okay. All right. So this is a letter from SADC, an email from SADC, and okay. You'll see it's titled Feedback and Minutes from 9 February meeting.
and you'll see that it's dated. It says Cassie Chambers with her email address, and then Thursday, February 11th, 2016.
Can see that.
And it is addressed to you as the first person, and then a series of others. You see that?
Okay, I see that.
And in this letter, you'll see she writes, Dear HOD Silabano, Mr. Mosenogi and Dr. Manamela, we thank you for the meeting of 9 February 2016, and we attach draft minutes. Okay, and we invite your input to the minutes. Okay. And then the next paragraph says, this letter serves to put in writing a number of concerns we have raised on an ongoing basis since the initiation of these consultations, which take place in terms of the settlement agreement of 22 December 2015. Okay. And these concerns became especially acute in light of information provided by the Gauteng Department of Health at our 9 February meeting. And then she goes on in this email to set out what her chief concerns were. Okay, and if you look at the bottom of the page, it says, first, the consultation process was intended to lead to a plan for the protection of the rights of residents at Life Esidimeni. And then it says, for this engagement to be meaningful, it was necessary that at a minimum, the department make available critical information. The department, however, has not made available the minimum information necessary to this end, whilst the information it has provided is increasingly inconsistent. In the result, as opposed to creating clarity, the consultation process has created further uncertainty and confusions. And then she goes on. The point is this, and only this, Dr. Silabano, and I only raise this in relation to your answer about them not going to Mark Hayward. Wouldn't you agree with me that SADC did try and raise these concerns with you? This is the email directly.
I agree. They tried on the basis of this email.
Right.
I can't recall it here, but they tried.
Okay, let's keep moving. Now, in this litigation, Dr. Silabano, this is now the 2016 litigation. The answering affidavit for the department was in fact deposed to by you. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I signed for it.
Yes. Now let's go and look at that. Let's look at page 18694. That's the first page of your answering affidavit. You see that?
Okay.
Okay. Now I want you to scroll down until you get to paragraph 130. That is page 18727.
Just before you proceed, I'm sorry to interject you.
Yes, my lady.
Did the witness read the affidavit before you go to it? I would like him to read it first before you.
My lady, yes, it's his affidavit, and he certainly read it for the arbitration, but I'm not sure if he's read it for today.
I've not been able to read it.
Okay.
Have you read it? You need an approach. Can we look at how big is the affidavit?
Yes, my lady. Just bear with me. Try and work that out. It's not particularly long, my lady, as far as I can see.
Yes, I see it's now 3 o'clock. I'm going to stand the matter down maybe for about 10 to 15 minutes. If you finish before then, you will notify the registrar.
Yes.
Will that be fine?
Yes, my lady, and if it assists, yes, no, that's absolutely fine. Thank you, my lady.
If before we do that, can you just indicate as to which paragraphs do you want him to also concentrate on as he reads the whole affidavit?
Yes, I want him to look in general at the affidavit because it's his affidavit, but in particular, if he could look at, if you just bear with me for a minute, my lady. If he could look from about paragraph 126
yes.
to the end. That's almost at the end. 126 on.
I'll try and I'll I'll go through it.
Okay.
My lady.
The witness is therefore afforded the opportunity to look at the affidavit. Thank you very much. Once you are done, please alert
I'll do that.
let your counsel, or you can alert my registrar if that is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
So you have the number.
As a court pleases.
Thank you, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
fine. You need 5 more minutes. That's fine.
If you wouldn't mind, I'm just looking for one reference.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. I appreciate it.
Thank you, lady.
Right here.
Thank you, my lady.
Okay. Is the witness there?
I'm here, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. You may then proceed.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Silibano.
Okay.
Can you look at page 18727, please?
Okay. I think we're there.
All right, now I want you to look, this is again
Just a
your...
second for me.
Yes, my lady.
You said 18727.
That's correct.
It's the one.
Okay, now this is your affidavit that you made. It's an answering affidavit in the 2016 litigation. You recall that? You've just read it.
Okay, I've just read it, yes.
Okay, now look at paragraph 130.
Okay.
At 130, you say, I'll read it to you. I'm confident that Takalani Home, which is part financed by the government, has adequate facilities to give access to quality mental health care to all users in their care, including those who are currently accommodated at the Life Esidimeni facilities.
I can see that.
Now, did you visit Takalani Home yourself?
No.
I'm sorry.
Come again? I
No,
didn't
no,
get
no.
that.
No, I didn't visit Takalani myself.
So how were you confident that it was a place that was going to give access to quality mental health care to all users in their care?
I rely on my colleagues. They are the ones who deal with NGOs, and they go there and they say it's fine. I cannot say it's not fine.
Is there a reason you didn't say that in the affidavit?
Come again, Council?
Is there a reason that you didn't say in your affidavit
That I rely on my colleagues?
on you? Yeah.
It would make everything redundant, because if the hospital says something, I cannot say the hospital said. If they have done something, I believe them. Not only in this instance, across the board.
Okay, I'm not sure that we're answering the same question. I said to you, is there a reason that you didn't indicate in your affidavit to be full and complete that you relied on information from people that had visited Takalani when you say you are confident that is a place to give access to quality mental health care?
Then the reason I'm saying this, your leadership, is that it would then render any HOD really difficult to work, because then anything that I have to report, let's take an instance. If I'm to report with the MEC at the legislature, I'll have to say, I'll have to say, this is what other people said.
Yes.
It don't work like that. It
We
doesn't
hear
work like
that, but what council want to know is just to know as to why you didn't say in the answering affidavit that information you relied on your colleagues. Full stop.
Yes, I rely on the benefits.
Yes, but council wants to know why was it not stated in the affidavit to say that you yourself, you didn't visit Takalani, but you relied on the information from, yes.
My colleagues, yes. That's the reason why it's not there.
But the question is, why didn't you say that? Full stop. We understand your response now, but what he's asking specifically is to say, why didn't you say in the affidavit that you rely on your colleagues for that information?
Not too sure how to answer that, but I would say that it's standard practice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
All right. We'll leave that for argument. Now, I said to you earlier today that there were 15 people that had died, that had died at Takalani between March 2016 and April 2017. And there was an objection to that, which I've taken on board. So let me be specific. The objection is we don't know what those people died of in that year. So, and you're not a doctor or anything like that, so I'm not going to ask you anything you can't answer. But what I want to understand is this. Let me take you to one mental health care patient. Okay. In fact, let's take it sequentially. So you deposed to this answering affidavit in March 2016. I'm just looking for the date, 13 of March 2016. You depose to this affidavit, yes?
Okay.
Okay. Then, as a result of that, in that litigation, SADC lost that litigation, you recall. The department won the litigation, they were successful. And the mental health care patients, as a result, were transferred to Takalani. Okay, the mental health care patients at issue in that litigation. They were transferred to Takalani. Now, my client, one of my clients, are the family of Deborah Petla. Deborah Petla was transferred to Takalani on the 23rd of March, 2016.
Just hold it there, just go slow.
Is it, can I ask counsel?
Just a second, let me. She was transferred on which date to Takalani?
On the 23rd of March, 2016.
Yes.
And
if I may, just to assist the witness, let her finish, and then if you want to say something, you can do so. Yes, continue.
Thank you, my lady. And she died on the 26th of March, 2016. So she died 3 days later at Takalani. And I want to just take you to what the pathologist said about her death. Okay, if you may have heard some of this evidence, but let's go to that. If you wouldn't mind, please going to page 6599.
Okay, we there?
Okay, and you'll see there that is the pathologist, Dr. Morule's report.
Okay.
Dr. Morule gave evidence before this inquiry.
Yes.
And you see the report is dated 24 Jan 2018.
Yes.
Keep looking down. He conducted a post-mortem examination on a body. And you'll see under history, the deceased is an adult African female person of around 46 years of age. The deceased vomited blood before death on the 26th of March, 2016. And then it goes on to the findings. The findings are perforated and contused upper part of the airways, the larynx.
Okay.
Both lungs showed blood in the airways, were edematous, I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, you'll correct me, with leopard skin appearance. Foreign bodies, including plastics, pieces of brown paper, were found in the stomach content.
Okay.
The cause of death was found to be asphyxia due to aspiration of blood.
Right.
And then he says the aspirated blood would most probably have come from the traumatized larynx, which most probably was caused by swallowing of an object that was hard and sharp enough to cause perforation, and which was not seen during autopsy examination. And then he says, in conclusion, according to the information given to me, the deceased was admitted and resident in a home for the mentally and physically handicapped. In my opinion, the findings at autopsy are suggestive of management or care of people with such incapacity not having been adequate, appropriate, and professional. It's therefore suggestive of medical negligence. Now, I accept you're not a pathologist, and I'm not asking you to weigh in, and you haven't considered Ms. Petla's case. But what I want to ask you is, with that information before you from a pathologist, do you still stand by what you said in your affidavit that Takalani was a place where quality care would be given?
Okay, I just wanted to check a few things before. The findings are as follows: perforated and contused upper pathway.
You want to look at just a second. I see your counsel. There is just before I hear your counsel, I want to give you an opportunity to look at this report first, and then while you do that, okay, you can look at it first, and then I'll recognize counsel thereafter. Yes, you can look at the report itself. Just read it on your.
Okay. Right.
Yes, just read it on your own. Then you'll tell us when you're done.
Go up again. I want to say something. Can you turn another way? Up again. Do you know the dates? Okay, I'll ask about the dates. He said 3 days. Okay, let's go down. Okay. Okay, I've looked at it.
Okay, that's fine. Can we hear Mr. Well, I don't know whether this is an objection, but if you, I'll have to excuse you once we hear your counsel. All right, thank you. If you can just step aside so that we can hear Mr. Ward-Pringle. Yes, Craig?
Thank you, my lady. I see my learned friends disappeared. My lady, this question, apart from being unfair, involves the most astonishing leap of logic. So an individual patient goes to a facility, dies of causes which, according to the pathologist, are set out here. The pathologist, without referring to any facts other than the cause of death per se, then concludes that the management care of the people is not adequate, appropriate, or professional, which is itself it's not supported by the facts, because the suggestion is that something like this couldn't happen in a well-run facility, couldn't happen because of an aberration in a well-run facility, or couldn't happen despite adequate care. And but the real difficulty, my lady, is my learned friend wants Dr. Selebano, who says that he had no personal knowledge of Takalani per se. She wants him now to comment on whether he stands by his opinion of something about which he knows nothing, based on a single report. You know, this is the kind of obfuscation that I was concerned about when earlier on I objected to my learned friend's throwaway line that, oh, really, you're saying Takalani was right, but there was, I think she mentioned a number of 17 or 15 people died there. And I objected immediately because it's a fallacious line of reasoning. It is unfair to the witness. And my learned friend concedes that the witness is not an expert, cannot comment on this. And yet she wants him to comment on it. How does this assist your ladyship? Your ladyship has heard evidence regarding these autopsy reports. Your ladyship has heard direct evidence of people who know about the circumstances in the various NGOs, and your ladyship has that information. My question, rhetorically, and by way of objection, is what is the point of putting this to Dr. Selebano? What can Dr. Selebano say that profitably assists your ladyship? If my learned friend wants to cross-examine Dr. Selebano on what he knew then, well and good. What my learned friend is doing is saying, after the fact, this is what happened. Now do you stand by what you said about the circumstances then? That doesn't assist. The question is, what did he know then?
Okay.
And he said that he relied on information given to him by his colleagues. And in fact, his affidavit, to which my learned friend just referred him, also says that he relies on information and has confirmatory affidavits inter alia by Dr. Manamela. So this is just smoke and mirrors, my lady, and it takes the matter nowhere.
Thank you. Ms. Bandelenda.
Thank you, my lady. I think Mr. Profi's hand was up.
Okay, I didn't see it. Mr. Profi?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I align myself with my learned senior submissions and only wish to add 2 additional aspects relating to Takalani. Is that I agree that it is an unfair leap in logic, but there is evidence before this court that the representatives of Section 27 went to Takalani and approved it. So now to put to this witness, after their own representations went to Takalani and were satisfied with what they saw at Takalani, to now ask this witness that you were satisfied with Takalani, and based on one death, that evidence now falls and is incorrect. And if my lady remembers the pathologist's evidence in respect of Deborah Petla, it was riddled with speculation. We spent an entire day going through scenario after scenario with the pathologist. We put new facts to him that he wasn't aware of when he made that report. So the witness doesn't know that, and that evidence, as my learned senior put, is before the court, and so it's unfair to use a report that was put under cross-examination. Factors were changed to now say, because Deborah died, the entire Takalani is now called into question. I submit is unfair, my lady, and the question should be allowed.
Yes, is there any other hand before I go back to Rajab?
I don't see any other hands, my lady.
Okay, thank you. You may respond.
Thank you, my lady. Let me start, and I don't intend to belabor this point. Your lady will either allow the question or not. But to begin with, Mr. Watt-Pringle, first of all, Mr. Watt-Pringle called this line of cross-examination obfuscation. It's not obfuscation, and that's quite an extraordinary thing to say. Neither has there been obfuscation for the rest of today. We've gone very carefully through a limited series of things when actually we could have done a lot more with this witness. We've been quite careful to do that. So I take objection to that. There's nothing unclear or unintelligible, which is what obfuscates means, even though I can't even say the word. But my lady, jokes aside, this witness has confirmed on oath, on affidavit, he confirmed to court that he was comfortable that there was quality mental health care provided at this facility. On the basis of that, he didn't say in his affidavit, I base this on the fact that I've consulted with my department, that my department has done checks, nothing like that. But, and I'll leave that for argument, but my lady, the point is that he, on the basis of that, people were sent to Takalani. So this is not smoke and mirrors, and it's not grandstanding. The truth is, after the 2016 litigation, factually, the mental health care users were transferred to Takalani. And 3 days after Deborah Petler was transferred to Takalani, she died after having consumed inappropriate things that she shouldn't have had access to. Now, there was evidence laid, and I put to him the report. All I'm asking him is whether that changes, whether reading that changes his view that he expressed that this was a place that was going to offer quality mental health care. He's well entitled to say, no, it doesn't change his view. Now, in relation to Mr. Profi's question, Section 27 did, I think a member of Section 27 did a visit to Takalani, but no experts went to visit Takalani. It's not for Section 27 to approve or not approve a facility. That's not their job. It's the job of the department. So for Mr. Profi to try and place blame elsewhere, say somehow that if Section 27 visited a facility, it was fine, that's not their job, unfortunately. That's the department's job. So Mr. Profi, I don't know what else to say about his objection. I know evidence was led. I don't intend to take this witness through it because he's not a pathologist. What I want to ask him is, does looking at this report change his view in paragraph 130? He can say yes, he can say no, and I'll move on from there. But those are my responses, my lady.
Thank you, Craig.
Yes, thank you, my lady. My lady, I used the word obfuscation because I didn't want to use the harsher term smoke and mirrors, but that is actually what it is. My learned friend's response actually confirms that she has no answer to the objection. The point remains, my lady, your ladyship is interested to know, I assume, what Dr. Celebano knew then, not what he knows now, because what he knows now is the same as what your ladyship knows now. He's sat through these proceedings. He's heard every witness. He's heard all the pathologists. He now knows a lot of things he didn't know then. It's irrelevant what he knows now because your ladyship doesn't want to know what he knows now. Your ladyship wants to know what he knew then. So to say to him, you said in your affidavit, I'm confident that Takalani has adequate facilities. He says, well, that was his state of mind then. And incidentally, my lady, saying I'm confident of a state of affairs is a very different thing to saying I've been there, I've inspected it, I've satisfied myself. And as head of department who says I rely on what other people told me, and he says it in his affidavit, you would expect that choice of phrase to say I'm confident means that he doesn't have direct knowledge, but he's confident based on what he's been told. And he says he relied on what he was told. He says that generally in his affidavit. But, my lady, more to the point, there's a complete logical fallacy in my learned friend's reasoning. She says it is it is relevant now for Dr. Celebano to admit that what he thought he knew then was wrong. Well, of course, with hindsight, we all know we were wrong. Everybody's wrong with hindsight, my lady. Nobody gets things 100%. My question and my objection is, what is the point of saying to Dr. Selebano, now that you've heard all the evidence, do you still say that Takalani was all right? The question is, did he have facts at the time to suggest that Takalani was not adequate? And was it, as a fact, not adequate? So, with respect, my lady, my learned friend has no answer to the objection.
Thank you, Mr. Profi. What's your first name? I keep on calling Mr. Watt Pringle Craig, and it appears I don't know the others' names.
Mine, my lady.
Yes, I see there is an E, and it's a name that I can't pronounce. If you.
It's Ebenezer, my lady.
Ebenezer. Okay, all right.
That's the.
How do you pronounce Ebenezer?
However, my lady chooses.
How do you pronounce it yourself?
My mother says Ebenezer.
Okay, all right, fine.
My lady, in brief, again, I'm with my learned friend. The issue I have is the conclusion to be drawn that the reason why I included Section 27 is that my learned friend cannot be counter to her own conclusions that her own representatives reached, is that she wants to draw the conclusion that because what happened to Deborah, the witness is wrong in what he says in the paragraph, and she wishes him to answer yes or no. My objection is that it's irrelevant whether he says yes or no, because Section 27 was so satisfied. And as Balonet Senior pointed out, is that hindsight is 20/20, that it doesn't matter, nor is it relevant. But at the time, he thought it was sufficient. And to date, there's no evidence to dispute the fact that it is still an institution that is worthy, and whether he answers yes or no is immaterial. But I submit that the conclusion to be drawn is incorrect from the pieces my learned friend has laid.
Thank you very much. In my view, I don't see where you're going with this question, Ms. Bandelenda. The fact remains, the witness has said he has never been to Takalani. He has no knowledge of Takalani. So why persist on asking him questions in relation to that? If you want to say to leave that for argument, so be it. But I don't see where you're going. So the objection is sustained. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, my lady. I accept that. Could we call the witness back, my lady?
Yes, the witness can come back. Just as the witness is coming back, I'm just checking with you. I know we've got almost the whole week to deal with this evidence, and if we are not done, maybe even the first week when we come. Isn't it? The agreement was we can push for 2 weeks, but it depends. I just want to find out. I see it's now 13 minutes before 4 o'clock. Do you still have a lot of questions so that we can have a sense?
Yes.
I don't want to limit you. It's just to check as to whether you're still going to proceed, so that we can check as to who is going to proceed after you.
Yes, my lady, I am still going to have to deal with a few more things, so I'm not going to be done today, I'm afraid.
Okay, that's fine. You may then proceed. The witness is here.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Selebano, thank you for returning. I want us now to move on to a letter that we've discussed peripherally, but let's look at the letter. The letter is from Mr. Mosenogi.
Okay.
And it is at page 30205. You'll tell me when you're there.
We're there.
Well, just a second for me. I have to write, and I also have to note these pages.
It's 30205.
No, it's fine. I got the page number. Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Now, you'll recall this letter. We've looked at it previously, but let's just go through carefully. So this is dated the 12th of February, 2016.
That's right.
So this comes now after the litigation we were just talking about. It's after the litigation about Takalani that the department was successful in.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so remember, we're going sequentially. So everything we've covered this morning happened before, and now we're in February 2016. Okay? Okay. Now, you were asked about this letter by Mr. Watt Pringle on the first day. And he put it to you that the letter that Mr. Mosenogi was expressing, whose concerns were being expressed, and your answer was it was the family's concerns. You recall that?
Family.
Yes, you were asked whose concerns were being expressed in the letter, and you said it was the family's concerns. You recall that?
I don't recall the word family.
Okay, that's fine. We'll keep going. That was just from my notes, but it's fine. Now, are you aware that Mr. Mosenogi gave evidence in the arbitration, but also in these proceedings? And he explained that the concerns expressed here were not just of families, they were also his concerns. Are you aware of that? Were you watching that evidence?
I didn't watch the arbitration, but the evidence, his evidence during the inquest, I watched it.
Okay. So let's look at this letter. You know that by now we know this well. There's an email, and then attached to the email there's a letter. You see that. Okay, so I want to look at the letter that starts at page 30206.
Okay.
Okay, and you'll see there that what he proposes here is what he does here is he writes a letter to the MEC, Ms. Mahlangu, and he says he places the concerns of the families in the letter. And so, in fact, let me take you through it just so that we're all on the same page. So it says, we've attended and listened to the relatives of the mentally affected chronic patients in both Waverley Life Care Centre and the Randfontein Life Complex Care Centres. And the reality is that the project, the way it is going to unfold, may have unintended consequences, resulting in the disruption of mental health services broadly in the province. The disruption of affected families, the disruption of already established academic programs performed at these facilities, and may ultimately result in a loss of skilled mental health workers who are best trained in dealing with vulnerable patients. You see that?
Okay, I see that.
Okay. And then he sets out in the next section the lessons from the families at the meetings with Life Esidimeni, at the meetings with the families. Okay. And he sets out what the families' concerns are. And you'll see the bullet points are there.
Okay.
And then if you turn over the page or to the next page, scroll down to page 30207.
Okay.
The third paragraph says, we therefore, as senior managers tasked to implement the policy decision, proposes an alternative implementation approach as follows. Okay.
Okay.
And he says, let the department extend the process by at least a financial year in the same terms as the ending year, with the proviso that we only factor inflationary increases therein. Then, okay, number 2 says, begin the negotiation to take over the Life Esidimeni through procurement of the one centre for children, Baneng, and either Waverley or Randfontein complex as a centre for adults, and keep them as provincial institutions in which, together with the social work department, we can use for those patients that cannot be moved either to homes or NGOs. The advantage of this is that we can leverage the damage of whole-scale removal of all patients at one full sweep. Number 3, he says, then over the course of the year, commencing from March 2016, a smooth, deliberate process is undertaken to depopulate the one centre we are not procuring and move patients and qualifying workers to our facilities as determined by audit and assessments. In this manner, we are able to move patients who need to be at NGOs with certainty that they will receive the required care, and those that need to be at home will be moved, having prepared the close relatives properly. Consequently, our own PHC facilities will be ready to handle the increased load of mental health outpatients. You see that? Okay. What does PHC facility stand for?
Primary health care facilities.
Thank you. And then the recommendation on the bottom of the letter says, we respectfully request that the MEC consider the above alternative proposal as made by the senior management team tasked with implementation of Life Esidimeni termination project. The proposal has been discussed and shared amongst ourselves as senior managers, i.e. HOD, DDG, and LE project managers. You see that?
See that?
Okay, so this proposal of delaying the process by at least a financial year and then looking at various options that he identified, that was shared with you, was it?
He requested that, can I write a proposal to the MEC and raise it in the meeting? I said, by all means, Mr. Mosenogi, do that. It's your right to do that.
Yes,
You will
if
raise
I
it.
may, Mr. Dr. Selebano, the question is, was the proposal shared with you? We understand your evidence. You have been on the stand. You are repeating the same answers.
No, no.
No. Thank you.
So the proposal was not shared with you?
No, it was not shared with me.
So he just told you that he wants
told
to. He told you, but he didn't discuss it with you.
No,
but
he
you
didn't.
said you recommended that he writes a letter.
Write it,
Thank you.
and then he can then include me, send me as like everybody else.
Thank you. Proceed, Council.
Okay. Dr. Selebano, you'll agree that for senior managers to write a letter like this is quite an extraordinary thing, suggesting quite a drastic extension by a year. Must mean that they thought their concerns were valid. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. It's Mr. Mosenogi who wrote that, and that's how he felt. I didn't know that he wrote it with other senior managers. He just said in what you have read that he has canvassed it with them. I don't know.
You didn't know. Okay. I want you to go to page 27799. Now, before you look at that page, let me ask you a question. Mr. Mosenogi gave evidence that you and him discussed the matter and you shared his concerns. Was that incorrect?
No, I've just said it, that he told me he wants to write a letter and raise issues, and I said, Mr. Mosenogi, do it. Then you will see me like everybody else.
But the question is, she's just telling you what Mr. Mosenogi's evidence was. Do you agree or disagree? Yes or no?
That he wrote the letter with me? No, didn't write the letter.
No. Can you repeat what you have just put to the witness, Ms. Bandelenda?
Dr. Selebano, Mr. Mosenogi said in his evidence before this inquiry that you and him discussed the matter and you shared the concerns in the letter.
No, it's not true.
That's not true.
Okay, just hold it then. Continue.
Did you agree with what was in the letter?
He raised important points. Partly I agreed, partly I thought some of the things he was raising were resolved or being resolved. So, yeah.
But the question is, did you agree with the contents of the letter?
Part
Yes
of the
or no?
contents I agreed with. The other parts I felt that they are being addressed.
Okay, just hold it there. Continue.
All right, let's look at page 27799, Dr. Selebano.
Yeah, yes.
Now, you'll look at line 5, or in fact, just before that. Advocate Hassam says, can you tell me whether you agree with that? And she means the letter.
You can see what I said there, yes.
I agree with the letter. Actually, I agree with everything here, you say.
Yeah, that's what I said at the arbitration.
Mm-hmm. But you don't agree with it anymore?
Like I said, parts I agree and understand where it was coming from. Parts I don't. They were being addressed, those things.
Okay, that's fine. You can leave that. Fine. Let's continue.
My lady, it's almost 4 o'clock, and I wonder if this is not an opportune time to adjourn, because otherwise I'll have to keep Dr. Selebano here for longer.
Okay, so it's up to you. You have just started this. You want regarding this page? Are you done?
Yes, I'm done. There are other questions on this letter, but I think if your lady indulges me and I can keep going for another 5 or 10 minutes, that's fine.
Can I hear your colleagues? I see Mr. What Pringle is there? I don't know what he wants to say.
No, there was something else, but I'll raise it at the end, my lady. If my lady can finish, and if your ladyship will permit it to, it would be better. We did lose some time earlier.
Okay, no, it's fine. We can give you at least about 10, 15 minutes.
Thank you, my
Yes,
lady.
but just finish this aspect. I don't know whether you want to, you don't go to another one before. You just want to finish with what you want to say regarding this aspect of the letter.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, Dr. Silabano, what I'm battling with at the moment, I was just trying to find a reference, but in the arbitration, you explained to Justice Moseneke, you called yourself a collaborator with Mr. Moseneke on this letter. Do you recall that? It's an unusual word, and so I wondered whether you ignored it. Here, I've just found it.
No, I don't remember saying that.
Okay, let's just go there. It's page 27801. Tell me when you're there.
Okay, I collaborated with him, yeah. Okay, I see it. Yeah.
You see that Justice Moseneke says, well, say it, were you a collaborator with Mr. Moseneke? Is that what you are saying? You say, I was a collaborator with him, yes. Advocate Hassam says, but why did you not write that letter? And I want to ask you exactly that question. Let's take it step by step. First of all, in the arbitration, you said that you collaborated with him on this letter. Is that correct?
In the strict sense of collaborate, he came to me and said, I want to do this. I said, yes, do it, in that sense.
What does that mean? If you say you collaborated with him, that you are the one who said he can write the letter?
Yes, I said, by all means, write the letter.
But why did you encourage him to write the letter if you thought that he was wrong?
I didn't encourage him. If I had just not told him to write the letter, it would have been another, I don't know how to explain it, because he would have said, I tried to write a letter, the HOD refused.
Did he need your permission to write a letter?
Well, not really. He could have written it.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but the way I understand this witness, I don't think it's necessary to dig in regard to this aspect. How I understand the evidence, he will correct me. Apparently, Moseneke told him that there are some concerns. Then he said to Moseneke, reduce them to writing.
Yes.
Full stop.
Don't tell me.
And he's telling you, I don't know, well, this other part I cannot say, but that's what his evidence is. He says, I didn't discuss those concerns, but what I said to him, I just said, write the letter. That can be discussed at the executive level, if I remember the evidence.
That's right.
So it's not like he encouraged him to write it. Well, you can have your own interpretation, but here is a person to say, you know what, I'm a little bit disturbed about this process, right? What do we do? Then this one says, okay, if you've got concerns, reduce them to writing, full stop. Yes. That's how I understand it. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
You're right.
Then,
you're right.
That is what the witness is saying, if I may. So maybe you can live with it. If you understand it differently, you will deal with that. But, you seem to be belaboring a lot of energy on this. I don't know where we're going with it. Well, just bear with me. You can proceed. I'm here. I'm listening. Okay. I just want to close.
My lady, the reason that I'm belaboring this is because what Dr. Silabano seems to have told Justice Moseneke and what he's telling us now seem to be different. And I just want him to have an opportunity to tell us what is correct. Dr. Silabano, look at line 8 on that page 27801. Are you there? You see, well, let's start with line 6. Advocate Hassam says, but why did you not write the letter? This is after you say you were a collaborator with him, okay? She says, why did you not write the letter? And you say, I am saying that is why he started by apologizing. We sat and we weighed who will have more weight in convincing that we should rather wait. And let's just go slowly. We sat and we weighed who will have more weight in convincing that we should rather wait. And he is the chief director who's actually the project leader. So he was actually the one who was doing the operational work. Like you can see, you can give the numbers, how many this, I wouldn't be able to say. Now, when you say we sat and we weighed who will have more weight in convincing that we should rather wait, is that not a reference to who will have more weight? Let me finish my question. If I may just finish my question. Yes,
I don't want to interrupt you. That's fine.
So my point is simply this, and in my next question, perhaps it will be clearer. But Dr. Selebano, I want to put it to you that you did more than just tell him he could write to the MEC. You considered what he had to say. You told Justice Moseneke that you sat with him and you weighed who would have more weight in convincing the MEC of an extension. Can you respond?
By saying that, it doesn't mean I said, therefore, let's sit down and write it yourself. You will then convince the MEC. He's the operational guy. That's why, where is the weight coming from? He's the operational guy. Let's take the opposite. If I wrote the letter, then the team would say, but how do you know? You are not operational. What did I say?
Well,
just a second. If you read this paragraph, I think from, is it line 7? I'm saying that this is why he started by apologizing. We said and wait, who will have more weight in convincing that he would rather wait, that we should rather wait. Just explain this, what you meant by this, so that we can understand, please.
Protocol would have been that Mr. Moseneke is the chief director. He would have to write and ask, that letter will go through Dr. Lebete, from Dr. Lebete to come to me, then I take it to the MEC. So I said, you know what? You feel strong, you want to write a letter, there are issues that you really want to raise. But you must start by saying, hi, MEC, I apologize that I'm writing to you directly because, like I explained, it should have gone this way. Then he said, and I said, you are the operational guy. You are the
I'm sorry to interject. Just before we go there, just this line, we said and wait, who will have more weight in convincing that we should rather wait? If you can explain that, then I'll be fine. I still don't understand what you're saying.
Well, perhaps said I was being literal. We're sitting in an office and we weighed the options of saying who will convince the MEC about what you want to raise about waiting. So the waiting of the project waiting, something like that. So that is what I meant here, that we said literally, we were sitting almost every day, myself and him.
But this, does it not suggest that you discussed the concerns? There was something that you knew that had to be, you yourself and him sat and weighed all the options or whatever, who will have more weight in convincing. Does this not mean that?
No, it doesn't mean that. It means okay. He came to me and said, I want to raise something about this whole project. How can I said, don't tell me.
Okay, thank you.
Do it.
Can we leave it? Continue, Ms. Butland.
Thank you. Dr. Selebano, look at line 17 on page 27801. You see Advocate Hassam says, okay, so you were in agreement with these concerns, and you respond and you say yes. And Advocate Hassam says, and you and Mr. Moseneke discussed the letter and decided that it would be better if he sent the letter rather than you. And over the page you say, rather than myself. There was nothing cynical about it. She says, sure. And then you say, we were just saying who has grasp of issues, which I understand you were just saying, that he knows more about operations. And Advocate Hassam then says at line 5, and who would be able to persuade the MEC? More likely to persuade the MEC. Dr. Selebano then says, actually speaking, who would be able to persuade? You see that?
Yes.
Now, this is the last question I'm going to ask on this.
No, but then did you write the letter? I said no.
Yes, we've established that already. I'm not suggesting that you wrote the letter. What I'm suggesting is that you told Dr. Justice Moseneke that you shared the concerns in this letter that Mr. Moseneke wrote, that you sat with him and you talked about it and you decided who would be more likely to persuade. And that's all I'm asking you. Yes or no?
Yeah, just before the witness answers, that's fine. There are two objections. I've noted you, Mr. Profi. Can I hear Craig?
Milady, your ladyship disappeared off screen. I was concerned you were no longer with us.
No, I'm here. I think I just forgot to put my camera on. Let me see.
It's not an objection, my lady. Thank you.
Yes, I'm here. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Yes, I'd heard your voice.
But before, I think, Mr. Profi, did you have any objection? I saw your hand was up.
Mary, I'm not sure, and I hate to interrupt my senior. My concern is...
Can the witness step aside, please?
If the court finds that they were collaborators in the truest of sense, who died because of it? If the court finds that they weren't collaborators in the truest sense of it, who died because of it? So the more we go into this matter, I submit what Malona Senior needed, we've gotten, and now we're going to continue to spend time on, even if the court gets to a conclusion on this matter, whether negative or positive, it does nothing in respect of the cause of deaths.
Yes, Ms.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. If anything is prolonging its objections that actually have been answered already, what's absolutely clear, we've made the argument all day, that it's the conduct of the department in failing to stop or slow down this process that resulted in the deaths. And this letter from Mr. Moseneke comes in February 2016 and asks very specifically for there to be an extension of the plan to slow down this movement. So it didn't all happen when it was planned to happen over a 6-month period. And if Dr. Selebano as HOD agreed with those concerns, I want to ask him questions about that. But my concern is this is not about, your ladyship will weigh up at the end whether we meet the requirements of causation. But quite frankly, this is not remote. This is very clear. There's an omission to act in.
Thank you. Ebenezer? Mr. Profi?
But I have nothing to add.
Thank you. I'm going to allow you. You have been on this point just to conclude it. The witness can just answer this one and then we lay to rest. And then I think this is going to be the last question.
Yes, my lady. I just have
today.
One.
Thank you.
One
yes, if you can just rephrase just to refresh the witness memory.
Thank you, Dr. Selebano. The question I asked you just before the break was this. You told Justice Moseneke that you sat and weighed this letter with Mr. Moseneke. Then you were asked very specifically about whether you agreed with the concerns and you said yes. Now, today in evidence, you've told us that you did not agree with those concerns raised in Mr. Moseneke's letter. So which one is correct? Your evidence before Justice Moseneke or your evidence today?
No, if you read there, it said, we sat and we weighed to say who would be the right appropriate person, not weigh the letter. It's not saying that. We didn't weigh the letter. We sat and discussed let's weigh.
I should have been more specific. Dr. Selebano, you were asked by Advocate Hassam, okay, so you were in agreement with these concerns and you said yes. Now, I'm saying, the question is, which version must this court believe? What you told Justice Moseneke, that you agreed with Mr. Moseneke's concerns, or what you're telling us today, that you don't agree with Mr. Moseneke's concerns?
Well, I never said I don't agree. I said there are parts where I thought these were being addressed, and there are parts where I partially agreed with him. Not that I said I don't agree with him. That's not what I said.
Okay, thank you, my lady. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moseneke. You are once again, as I did before, and the oath will still proceed as we proceed tomorrow morning. The court will take an adjournment until tomorrow.
Lady, with your indulgence, may I ask my learned friend to give us some indication, non-binding indication of how long our learned friend thinks she'll be tomorrow? That's just for planning purposes, my lady.
Yes, sure. if I may, my lady. Yes, no problem at all. My lady, it all of course depends on how many objections and all the rest of it, but I should be able to be done by tea time if all goes well.
Okay, if I
Thank
may
you.
find out, there are people who indicated that they've reserved their cross-examination. Please prepare yourself so that tomorrow I shouldn't be having problems, that you still want time to prepare. Whoever reserved their cross-examinations, they must know that tomorrow they will proceed after the cross-examination of Ms. Bandlender. Thank you very much.
As it pleases the
But
court.
agents until tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is the 15th, 15th of September. Thank you very much.
May it please the
Court,
court, my lady.
Court, please, lady.
There's a court business.